Hello everyone. So, the bot should be working, he says. Should be. It does say it's connected to all four. We can always hope. No, it doesn't. We can always hope. If you don't get acknowledged for the question, then the bot's not picking it up. Apologies. If you do get acknowledged for the question, then the bot is working, and that's all good. No. Fun times. We are so far joined by Runon and Foxo. Foxo, who last night did say I was helping her go to sleep, so, you know, I might be helping her again. I'm not sure. Usually that's what Drac gets told, that his voice allows people, really helps people getting to sleep. Oh, that's good. If it helps you sleep, that's good. And of course, on Twitch, I have to make sure I boot Runon and make sure the chat is shared. Okay, got it, and that should all be happy. That's all done. Stick that to there. And then that's okay. Got it. That's all happy. That's happy. And everything appears to be working, and I can see 4 of myself on these 2 screens. At a certain point, I've probably got to get another screen just so I can have a chat screen, which is vertical. But that's going to be when I've got my computer moved, and I can get a stand which can actually hold all the screens. And it will literally be normal, and chat, and sort of a chat stream about there. Just scrolling with the chat, just scrolling past so I can keep track of everything. How is everyone doing today? Hello and welcome to Bruships. Hello, penguins. Hello, Dragon. Dragon is in the chat. You cannot hear the others currently. I'm not sure why you can't hear the others.
But, you know.
Can you speak now?
There
you go.
Dancing in the moonlight.
Yes. Well, Paul Amos is now taken over for the bot. And is working very well. The bot is working on Twitch, I think. Hello, Leslie. Hello, John Shea. Hello, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Hello, Timmy Locker. Hello, Colin Cameron. Hello, Michael Cooch. Hello, Black Horse. Hello.
Emote only chat.
Oh.
Interesting. Let's turn that off, shall we?
You disabled emote only for this room.
Yes, so people can actually talk.
Well, I thought that meant that people can't send missions like Jonathan Moon, which is yo hoi, yo hoi. I have no idea what it is. It's a global
that
emote.
Means that if it's emote only, then that's all people can send.
Okay. This is the worrying thing is that sometimes, despite the fact I know so little, I still sometimes am the one educating both you and Garius about Twitch. And you two are far more knowledgeable than me.
What did I do? Where is the other Dan MD? Like House MD, just presumably with more ethics.
Oh, that sounds terribly boring.
They're overrated. Ethics are overrated.
Hello, Dr. Dan. To be fair, you are a
feel like I should be-
diagnostician like House, so in nicest way, ethics might be overrated as far as you're concerned sometimes.
I feel like hearing a British doctor say ethics are overrated should probably elicit a slight bit more concern than it has.
Just remember, British doctors don't earn profits from the pharmaceutical companies, so their entire thing is on curing you, not on looking good for the next advertisement.
To answer your question, Tanith, it is the name of an emote on Twitch.
Okay. Oh, good. There's a nice set of questions coming in. How are you doing, Dan?
Oh, knackered. So usual. Sorry, I'm just setting up my own kind of multi-screens and things.
Yes.
I was on the phone with my father, who was recovering from what is the cataract operation. But who did feature on TV. He was on BBC News on Tuesday because they did a big bit about the show he was in, which, although it was Fiddler on the Roof and it is set in the middle of the Pale of Settlement in Tsarist Russia, I can make it naval history oriented, because one of the reasons the Tsar kicked off with his pogroms was to distract everyone from how badly they did in the Russo-Japanese War. Because it was
and sadly, it didn't work. Sadly enough, it didn't work.
No.
For the Tsar.
But yeah, that was what part of the thing. So all the stuff in the show about that is because they're just doing so badly.
For my predecessor's medical concerns, it seems like my grandmother's having a very adversarial recovery from a knee replacement.
Oh.
She seems to be having some cardio issues which have rung up. It's been a thrown clot, and she's been back to the hospital twice now for BP related concerns. So
too high or too low?
Yes. First it was too low, now it's too high.
Every time I hear about high blood pressure, I think of Dan coming in and stopping me being killed by an A&E, but we'll leave that to one side.
No, they were not thinking about what the priority at the moment at that point was.
Yes.
Getting the blood pressure down so the good doctor did not stroke out in the waiting area?
No, I had double pneumonia.
Yeah, so, and given that one of the adverse features in pneumonia is a low blood pressure, maybe giving drugs that lower blood pressure not top priority?
Low blood pressure pneumonia can cause very, very major issues. High blood pressure, not good, but not going to cause you immediate problems.
And when you're in hour 6 in A&E, yeah, I'm less concerned by it. Yeah. No, it's...
it was a fun time.
What? Yeah. What? Oh, I haven't actually got the Discordy thing open to read the questions coming through, I've realised. How have you been, Alex?
I'm being okay. I've got life is going well. And
Good.
there's it's going to be literally, I think this week we'll be finally able to announce Japan properly. And all that stuff we finally sorted out. I'm not waiting any longer for the people who are we're in negotiations with people who might sponsor us, because I think if we start announcing it, then I can give them a kick up the behind sort of thing. And I'm happy to put that on here. They know I'm going to do that, because I want it all, as I've said, and this is something I've said to all of you, and by the way, this is my advice. If ever there's anyone involved in doing this sort of thing where you get sponsorships and corporate sponsorships of various anything, anything at all, get everything in frigging writing. Nothing is going to be as you feel, or no, I want it specified.
Mm.
And I realise there is a principle in UK law that if you how do I put this, any vagueness in a contract wording automatically counts against the person who wrote the contract rather than the person who signed the contract and received it. But I also remember the fact that these people can afford far more expensive lawyers than I can.
Mm.
Well, theoretically,
Yeah.
there is. I do have a few friends who are very, very expensive barristers who owe me favours for sorting out things, so I can call on them to be very scary. Including one of them is a barrister who also does stuff for the National Trust. And by the way, the RSPB, the National Trust, and the RSPCA are the scariest organisations in the world for any government to deal with in the UK law system, because their barristers usually work for free because it's a nice thing to do for charity. And B, they walk in wearing waistcoats which cost more than the entire yearly salary of all the lawyers the government has put up in front of them.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you cannot get something in a physical copy, physical writing, make sure it's stored on a data device which you have physical control over.
Oh, they have to send me a copy. I have to print it.
Yeah.
It'll be printed. There will be literally when we go. If this comes through, as Dan will testify to, what they do is when we go on these trips, they get a pack from me. These are the pieces of paper. They have all the information of who you contact, where we're going to be, when we're going to be, on. All the details. This is the if anything happens to Alex file. Each of you has a copy. Don't lose. How many
times do you have to...
This is a question to Dan. How many copies of those do I tend to bring with me?
I don't know, but it may well make up a significant proportion of the weight in your baggage allowance.
Because people lose them all the freaking time.
And how many times do you have to remind your compatriots about what is in that document?
Depends on the compatriot.
Yeah. Dan's usually pretty good. Or at least he fakes it till he makes it.
I was about to say, I'm sure that's what Dan would like you to believe.
Right.
Yeah. Should we answer some questions?
Yeah, we've got more questions. We're getting to 30 questions in the queue. How many more do you want? Let's get 50 questions in the queue and then we'll close. Colin Cameron. Has anyone written an evidence paper on the correlation between the countries with knowledge of casting large bells and increased production of cannons, or is this just presumed knowledge? It's pretty much presumed knowledge.
I'm resisting the temptation to do anything about the spelling of cannons being more the priest type or canonical, as opposed to fluff knowledge.
Basically, it's one of those things of there are papers which do touch on this topic, and there are quite a lot of them. But honestly, most it kind of goes with hand in hand. If you've got an advanced metallurgical industry already, you're going to have the ability. You're going to have more to base this from. And if you look at a number of cannon manufacturers who are also bell manufacturers, and a number of bell and cannon manufacturers who then go into making steel plate. And literally, if you look at the history of armor manufacture in the world, it is... Let's put it this way. When they say the bells toll for V, that has many, many, many meanings that can be ascribed to. Rushigross. Is Fleet okay, by the way? Because usually Fleet's here by this point.
I'm here.
You're here!
Oh,
You're just so quiet, Fleet!
I'm allowed to be quiet.
No, you're not.
Is it because
Yes,
you're worried what will happen to you if you lose the pack I give you in Japan?
No, not at
You
all.
should, right?
Don't worry, I usually just
Also,
produce another one and go, don't lose this.
Yeah, yeah, like I said, I do wonder how many times your compatriots have to be reminded of what's in that pack.
Oh,
And I wonder how many times your compatriots go, how did Alex think of this? This is such an outside thing, and yet it's exactly where we are.
No, the more random one is where you find random restaurants. Richard Gross, have you heard Dr. Clarke, have you heard anything you can share about HMS Courageous becoming a museum ship? Do you still think it would happen? It's certainly being worked on, but it's a long-term process, and we already, in terms of her mutant, she is as part of Devonport, and there are issues about it and the activities around it and who's running it.
you're cutting out.
I'm cutting out, am I?
I didn't hear what you said after.
Oh, that's probably because I
thought
cut
you were
out.
just
I quickly
trailing
looked
off.
up. Basically, 2022, there was all sorts of issues with National Museum of the Royal Navy and what was going to happen with HMS Courageous. As far as I know, it is still open. There is limited access. It is limited access. And it is limited access, but it's a case of, how do I put this? I will...
no more questions. I've got 106 unread messages in the chat.
Okay. Questions are now closed.
And we may be here till next week.
And we won't be here till next week. Possibly till the early hours of next week. But no, checking on, looking at HMS Courageous and the things we have around it and the issues about it, I think it's still open for limited viewing. I think it's still there. I just think it's... There's issues with the museum, the National Maritime Museum of the Royal Navy. There has been a lot of politics going on there, and there's been a lot of things dumped on them and so much stuff that they can't afford. And one of the problems they had doing there was they went, well, we're happy to do it, but that means you guys have to maintain, still the Royal Navy has to maintain the nuclear certification of all the components, which, even though they've been removed, have to be checked on. And, yeah, there were issues with that. There were issues with that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now, Hendrik Mover, what was the first capital ship with hollow propeller shafts? Now, that's an interesting question. That is a very interesting question.
That's your area of expertise, Alex.
It is, and I'm trying to remember which was the first one. Because there are some I suspect, because honestly they don't... how do I put this politely? You get a better strength to weight ratio, you get improved vibration dampening, and it's usually lighter. But the thing is, in terms of the era when they start producing them, it's a case of lots of governments are... keeping quiet about things. So I'm just checking up a detail.
I don't even know where I'd look up such details. I'm not sure even Norman Friedman goes into that level of nerdery.
Well, theoretically, when we're talking about warships, when we're talking about them and them being hollow and all these things for ships, we could be talking as late as the 1990s. However, when it comes to earlier vessels, there is a whole debate, and one of the things you have to remember is that some of the stuff is still under wraps. So I would say it's probably the first ones which have... If you're dealing with anything which has a variable pitch propeller, that's got to have a hollow shaft. There are certain things you can look for, therefore. Variable pitch propellers, that means it's got a hollow shaft. They might say it's not, they might say it is. I'd say also... I'd say... Were the Iowas? I don't think they were. I think the Iowas had solid shafts. I'd have to check that one. This is one of those questions where I can say my suspicions are about the British. Because some of the stuff which comes about, especially with Rodney and Nelson and those things, that I do wonder about their shaft design. But I can't prove anything. And realistically, you're only needed if you're going to be putting sufficient force through a sufficiently large vessel in that sort of time period.
So basically, they would have needed to install them for Dalrymple Hamilton when he took command of Rodney, if nothing else, as part of the kind of...
The Iowas don't have hollow propeller shafts. And honestly, as said, one of the interesting things is when you start looking into the details, like mainly when you talk about warships, we start talking about modern submarines and modern things with variable pitch propellers. But there's all a sort of blank space on when they first came in. I'm not sure if they could have been done for... Well, let's put it this way. Considering gun barrels and all the gun manufacture, I don't see why, theoretically, you couldn't produce a hollow shaft earlier. But they all officially are solid shafts, as the ones that are discussed. Does that make sense as an answer? Because it sounds a bit...
Yeah, more or less.
The only reason it doesn't make sense is because it would potentially actually be stronger.
Yeah, but somebody has to do the engineering work to realize that that's the case.
But they've known that pipes that a kind of hollow thing could, or even if you kind of didn't have it hollow, but if you kind of filled it with different materials, so you had a kind of different things in there to... I'm just surprised. I'm almost surprised.
If you consider the amount of work they're doing on gun barrels at that time, and the amount of research going on with them, you would think they would have the knowledge. And a lot of the stuff that the formulas, etc., and equations we use for working out design are very old formulas and equations.
Equally, they may have decided it wasn't worth the effort and also the risk of failures.
Yeah,
that's what destroyers are for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you test it out on other ships first. But that's the thing they would have done. They would have tested it on other ships first. But there again, the Royal Navy produces so many ships in that period, as does the US Navy, that they could get away with it. And no one would know if they slipped, let's say, a hollow shaft in Because unless you're taking the shaft apart, you won't know. And as I said, it reduces weight. Which in the era when... This is the other thing that makes me suspicious about Rodney and Nelson, because they were so obsessed with keeping the weight down.
And certainly on Rodney.
Anyway, next question. How ridiculous is the idea that the concept of the hide sites for STOVL aircraft are dead? Because that is something I'm seeing getting pushed online. It's
decidedly more difficult to do now than it was before.
Yes, it is a lot more difficult, but there again, it's one of those things of it's more difficult now, but there again, if you're one of the reasons it's more difficult now is you have less STOVL aircraft, and let's be honest, the F-35 will do more damage to the average road. But there are still ways you can do it, and it's one of those things of it's going to be more difficult to do, but it doesn't make it impossible. And quite often you see in online debates people go, "This is now more difficult, so therefore it's impossible," and that's not the case. But also there's the reality of if you are maintaining aircraft like F-35, you need a lot more equipment than you do for a Harrier.
Yeah, that would be my big concern with the hide site, because the maintenance requirements are so much higher and more exacting now.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you've got the fact you've got all these short takeoff small drones. Do you need to do it as much? So that's the thing. It's sort of more viable than anything. The RAF did not buy the F-35B for its forward operating base ability. No.
The F-35 has FOB capabilities.
It does theoretically, but that wasn't one of the. That wasn't
theoretically is doing a lot of work there.
That wasn't the criteria the RAF bought it for, because in the nicest way, it was, especially by this point, it was always by the point they were replacing the Harrier. It was always more about the fact that it, how do I put this? You can operate it from a smaller runway, a smaller environment. You have a wider array of airfield facilities you can use to support it, not necessarily forward operating base as in, oh good, we can take over this road, park a couple of lorries and run an airbase from it. There are differences in forward operating base from austere operating base scenarios.
I think, I mean, I'm trying to think about the F-35 kind of in one of those sorts of scenarios, and it's a bit like, I'm going to water ski. I need something to pull me along whilst I go water skiing. I'm going to use this Iowa-class battleship. Now, there may be cheaper and more fuel-efficient machines I could use, but damn it, I'm going to use this one.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you wanted to, if you're really looking at that sort of, it's the world is changing a bit, and sometimes people are still going, well, we need to do this role the same way. No, you don't. You do it differently. And what you might mean by forward operating base, and also, I would add, one of the things we're picking up in terms of data coming in from the conflict going on in Ukraine at the moment, is the sheer sensitivity of forces to access to satellite communications. And it has been watched that if a force is suddenly lacking in satellite comms, that reduces their ability, of course, to operate drones dramatically. It reduces their ability to do so many things they rely on, that I would not be surprised if day one, criteria one for any operation in the future is going to become some kind of anti-communication satellite operation. Because that's now the biggest single vulnerability in their operational paradigm for a lot of these austere forces and a lot of these deployed forces.
Yeah, which brings us to the yay, no war in space. Totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, all the treaties for that I think are extinct or defunct.
Mm.
I think enough people have withdrawn.
Not war, comrade. It's merely orbital peacekeeping operations.
They're basically no one seems to be following them anymore. Black Horse. Question.
We're just tidying up the bits of low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
Oh, did you still want that satellite? Oh, we're so sorry. We didn't realise you still wanted it. We thought it was junk. You should have told us what it was before we shot it down. Oh, it was a spy satellite. Oh, or a satellite, military communication. Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
That explains why you didn't tell us about it, but yeah, maybe not the. I can see that one going through.
Life is a fun thing. Life is a fun
It'll
time.
just get to that lying politely to each other.
And then we have Black Horse's question. What happened to the piece of armour that HMS Spitfire brought home from Jutland? Was it examined to learn about Joan armour, or saved? Is it still around today? I think it was examined quite heavily and quite in detail. And I honestly don't know if it's still around. If anyone's got it, it's going to be the Imperial War Museum. Because they hoover up all sorts of bits like that. It's either going to be... No, let me rephrase that. It's either going to be in the Imperial War Museum, or it's going to be in some tiny museum somewhere in the back of beyond in the UK. And no one's going to be quite sure why they have a large lump of metal, but they're going to have hold of it.
Do we know where Spitfire got fixed afterwards?
Let's see.
Because she got... I mean, I know we make the joke, but she got dinged up quite a lot, didn't she?
Oh, she did do... I think she was... she was built by Swan Under in Wallsend. And I think...
So
she was photographed... That's key.
Why?
The photograph of her is of her coming into Newcastle. So I would say, if anywhere, it's going to be somewhere in Tyne and Wear. Somewhere in Tyne and Wear. Mark Harkness. In a world where the Washington Naval Treaty limit on cruiser guns is 9.2 to 10 inch, how does this influence the development of light cruisers? Well, if the guns are limited to 10 inches, then no one's getting... Then the only way that's happening is if the British have gone with the Hawkins class design, which would have been 9.2... It would have been 8 9.2 inch guns on a 15,000 ton hull. So basically, you probably end up with them going... the limit's going to be... Initial limited Washington Naval Treaty will be 15,000 tons and 9.10 inch guns. And then probably by the time they have the London Naval Treaty, they'll set a light cruiser limit of about 8,000 tons and 6 inch guns. Probably. Sound about right to everyone?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I'm just thinking, it's the think about it, what would have been built and planned by that point. But also, it's the interesting thing is, again, if the cruisers are that big, then your capital ships are going to have to go up in size. So your capital ship tonnage limit is probably going to be about 40. So that could have all sorts of interesting impacts on other things. Because if your capital ship limit is 40,000 tons, then the Royal Navy could probably get an F3 style Nelrod with 16-inch guns. So 9 16-inch guns, but 28 knots of speed. I think that's fair, wouldn't you say, Fleet? On 40,000 tons?
Yeah, that's about what I'd expect.
And that also means that the King George V's are definitely going to have at least 12, probably going to be 12-gun ships. If the tonnage limit is 40,000 tons for capital ships, you've suddenly made a lot of problems for a lot of other powers. The interesting thing is going to be the carriers, because again, if you are talking, if the carrier tonnage limit by that point is then raised to, let's say, 30,000 tons rather than 27,000 tons in standard, so they've got 150,000 tons of limit, you could get 6 carriers of 25,000 tons. Which would probably be what the British would aim for, 25,000 tons per carrier. And that's going to be enough to fix a lot of the problems in both the Ark Royal, in terms of its torpedo defences, and the Illustrious class in terms of having hangar space. Because it gives you an extra 2,000 tons for the Illustrious class, an extra 3,000 tons for the Ark Royal. It's one of those things of, if you do have that, it's amazing how important that Hawkins class decision was in hindsight. We don't think about it, but the small decision has a really big impact. Colin Cameron, with the 20 years of improved tech and design, does the 14-inch King George V's gun have more or less penetrating power than the 15-inch Queen Elizabeth?
I think the 14-inch has better penetrative capabilities than the 15-inch 42, but it is a longer gun with a more advanced sort of, charges and
It's
shells.
a 14-inch 45, isn't it?
Yeah, you would expect it to have better capabilities than, a gun 20 years its senior, even if that gun is 1 inch bigger.
Yeah, although the shell pattern and development for the lovely people of the Queen Elizabeth class have been improved quite a lot. They'd worked on the shell design. Sorry, I got distracted then because I suddenly was flashed by YouTube going, we're not receiving enough data to maintain a smooth stream, and yet Restream is going, we are receiving more than enough data.
When was the last time you ran an ad on YouTube?
It's supposed to be automatic.
Because allegedly I'm supposed to have ads in about 30 minutes on Twitch.
Well, the ads my ads are now automatic on YouTube, so yeah.
I'm sure YouTube would never have a problem if you decided to run more ads, because
yeah, we won't get started on that. YouTube is YouTube.
All right, to my stream, I'm going to sync up my ads with Dr. Clarke's just so that we don't have gaps in coverage.
Yeah. Colin Cameron, next question. With the 20 years of improved tech... Answer that one. Sorry, YouTube confused me there. Wayne's World of Science Technology. Do you have a question? Do you have a list of active Portuguese Navy warships in 1949 to 1945 time period? I do somewhere. Let me hunt it up.
YouTube, I see how many questions you send.
Oh. Let's see. Oh, they're fun. They are fun.
I'm like, it's probably in the got my kind of, is it Conway's 1922 to whatever, all the warships thing.
Oh yeah.
I can open that if you want. Is the question, do we have a list, or do we want a discussion of it?
Well, I was going to
As in,
give them a
shall I
list.
grab
I was
it?
going to read it off, but I'm just tracking it down in my notes because, believe it or not, Portugal is not one of those navies I have high up, so it's hidden in one of my subfolders. I can't think why.
2 seconds. Let me go and grab the dead trees.
You go grab the dead trees. Yes, indeed. This is when one realizes the Portuguese navy actually does quite well for itself on the quiet.
Trees are one of the few organisms that humans tattoo after we've processed their flesh.
Oh, that's weird.
Now,
page 396. Well, put it this way: in this whole book, they cover page 396 to 398.
well, there's the Douro class, which are all built on Lisbon shipyard, but there's of course a couple built by Yarrow, which may or may not tell you which design philosophy they take after. Also, I'm going to think
so
of.
they had a.
Yeah, I'm just.
So they had.
Carry on.
I was going to say they appear to have had. I mean, of their navy in 1922, they appear to have got rid of most of it in the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got. So they still held on to a 1922 alleged destroyer that displaced 660 tons. But they had the Douro class.
Yeah, which were
some of which
built
two
by Yarrow.
Yarrows and then several of their own, based on ambuscade.
I'm just going to bring up a picture of one of them.
3 Vickers built submarines.
Always nice to have some subs.
Yeah, which were 800 tons on the surface, 1,092 submerged.
Castina, if you know what 877 cash now means, I would say that proves that lawyers make a better ad.
Thanks, Benjamin Epstein. That's very kind of you.
Yeah.
Have I read Matthew Wright's book on HMS New Zealand? Yes, I have. And Matthew Wright is a very, very nice guy and a very good author. A very good one.
They had a couple of Velho class sloops. I have no idea how to pronounce anything, which were built by Hawthorne Leslie.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little 950 tonners with 3 4.7-inch guns. Adaptation of the Bridgewaters. Albuquerque. Couple more sloops.
First time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's Portuguese, not Albuquerque, US. That's the thing. It's Alfonso de Albuquerque and Bartolomeo Diaz. Another set of sloops of 1,780 tons.
I'm trying to remember where my copy of that book is.
They look quite nice.
Thank you. It's a good little navy. The Portuguese have a good old navy, and the point is they managed to use their little navy to basically cause things to be annoying for other people to get in their way. Basically, they are very, very actively neutral. Incredibly actively neutral.
And one of the key things about things like the Albuquerque class sloops is they were mine layers. And the destroyers could lay mines as well.
Yes.
So
Always going to have
yeah.
something that could be in two places at once.
Mm.
Next question. Could the Japanese have developed an aviation fuel management system before World War II from one of their earlier British systems, since they're allies for some of that time period? Yes, they did. And the Japanese did have some aviation fuel management systems. It's just, how do I put this? They prioritized speed of fueling and speed of aircraft generation over ship safety. They would have hated the British system, and to an extent the Americans, when they first saw the British system, hated it as well, because it took, I think it was, they worked it out, took 5 to 10 seconds longer per aircraft, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then you times it over, filling out 30 aircraft, and that's an extra 5 minutes, can be the difference between the strike getting off on time, not getting off time, between getting enough aircraft in the air, and all these sort of things. The British just pointed out, just have an extra hose. That was the British response. The American response was, go, no, and then the American ships were burning, and the Americans looked and went, can we have another look at your system, please? Because it turns out your paranoia was justified.
And the British went, yes, this happened to us in the last war.
Yes.
So can we interest your crew? Can we interest your cruisers in being better at defending against submarines, USS Indianapolis? Because guess what else we're paranoid about?
Yeah. The Royal Navy.
Thank you for the super chat, Epstein.
Yeah, on the topic of HMS Ramillies, that's basically what the key ships series is, and I am doing bios on ships, but it's slowly, so I don't, and I make sure they are a very different format to my best friend's equivalent on the videos, because the amount of times the people who come up to me and go, you know what, if you want followers, what you should do is you should do a 5-minute guide, and I go, but my best friend does those incredibly well, and they go, But, and I go, no, I'm not copying my best friend. I'm not nicking his idea. He does it excellently. I'm not doing it. That's why the key ships are supposed to be 25 minutes.
Sorry.
Look, it's cruel
They're
to
usually
laugh.
25 minutes at a minimum.
I try to make them 25 minutes. I try.
The fact that they come out at 250 minutes is completely irrelevant.
No, usually it's roughly 70. Usually it's roughly 70, 75. But yeah, Royal Oak is one of my favourites, because she's one of the most interesting what might have beens of World War II, because she's the R class which has actually been fully modernised, as much as the Royal Navy was planning to do with an R class, and having her around would have been incredibly interesting.
I think Cunningham would have really liked to have her in the Med.
Oh yeah, she'd have been a useful backstop for him.
Mm.
She'd also been a very interesting thing to have running around during the Norway operations.
Yeah. It might well cause some unhappy Germans, which is never a bad thing.
Yeah.
What if the Germans are suddenly your allies?
Oh, we're British.
Well,
We're British. We still specialise in. We have no qualms about making our allies unhappy. In fact, usually that's an advantage.
Yeah.
Yes, but you don't want your allies to be unhappy at you.
Oh no, we can make them unhappy at other people.
Yeah.
We will just be making jokes that entertain us.
Yes. Regularly. And longly. Right then. So, send penguins. Just a research reading question. How many gross errors do you allow source before you throw it across the room? I never throw it across the room, because if it's a book or a document, I don't want to, how do I put this? I think someone has just subscribed to the Twitch. Thank you. Thank you, Barnes man. Basically, I don't want to anger the book gossip. Also, sometimes the errors tell me something about the source. So it's like
So
when I was reading that document, which I picked up a copy of it, a translation, but I picked up a copy of it from a friend who gave to me, of the 1976 paper by the Polish work by the Polish author, which had all those claims about the loss of their submarine in World War II. And as I was reading through it, I was going, but that's not the procedure, that's not the procedure, that's not what's done, that's not... And I'm comparing it, and I've got on one side of me the transcript of the court of inquiry, which is a standard court of inquiry, which they claim was a court of martial. No, you have a court of inquiry, and then you have a court martial. If someone's found to have done something wrong, then they go to a court martial. You always have a court of inquiry whenever a ship is lost. But you don't necessarily have a court martial, because if they first have to find out something's wrong. And then you look at the senior officer, the officers involved, and they still go on and have a perfectly normal career. They're certainly not thrown in jail. And then you sort of go, well, okay, fine. Did he launch the yellow light? And you sort of go, there could be some translation errors going on here, but also there was a reason the British weren't using yellow lights at that point in that scenario. And there's various things. And okay, he was injured apparently waving the Polish flag around. It was dark. He might have been trying to do that, but honestly, the first thing is, why are you surfacing near a convoy, an Allied convoy? And if it's obviously Allied, that you so much so that you are flying your flag around, are you already in trouble? Is your ship? If your boat's already in trouble, I'd understand that, but then you'd expect to be firing a lot of distress signals, and usually that's multiple flare guns firing up in the sky. You fire multiple flares, and that doesn't happen. And it's when you go through the list, you go through the procedures, you're going, okay, either there's a completely breakdown on both sides, or he doesn't think he's close enough that he's going to be picked up by the convoy, and he's trying to watch to see if anything comes and attacks the convoy, because he thinks that might be he might be able to get an enemy sub that way. So he's lying in wait for them. And unfortunately, he's been picked up by the convoy, and as far as they're concerned, there's a sub within the detection radius of the convoy, and that sub's going to die. Because they don't mess around. Convoys do not go, hello, are you our friend or are you our enemy? No, they've got merchant vessels to get through. They see a submarine, they engage it. It's basically Captain. It's was it Captain or Major West in the Wild Wild West that there was Will Smith's character, who was introduced as your pated approaches, shoots first, shoots second, shoots some more, and then maybe remember to ask questions when everyone's dead. That is how you protect a convoy.
Well, I think it's more. I mean, less. What's the word? Kind of melodramatically, it's that it's one of those scenarios where you accept that you might lose a submarine or two. You know, if things go wrong, in the same way that you, with an artillery barrage and you're advancing troops in World War One and to some extent in World War Two and things, you accept that the troops will be pushing up against the barrage, because that's what keeps the enemy's heads down, and you will lose less that way.
Yeah.
And you have the cold calculus that in the scale of some Allied forces, others are to be considered expendable.
I mean, to
Not
some
really.
extent, everyone's expendable, but at the same time, it's. I just think it's more the. One of our a submarine may have been lost, whether it was British, Polish, whoever's. You know, it sucks. You know, guess what? They are all do look surprisingly similar.
They do.
What are you
And
What are you going to do about it?
some of the American boats really looked that way. From 1981, so the British would just happily take French naval names, unless I'm assuming something. So I think there are some names like Jean Bart that wouldn't get used by the Royal Navy.
There's not many French names we wouldn't use, Steele.
Considering the sheer number of ships we have named for Louis XIV, and Jean Bart was also a Flemish naval commander and privateer. He's not even someone who's particularly vicious.
I feel obligated to point out that the U.S. Navy, or excuse me, the Royal Navy still has, to this day, technically, arguably under commission, still commissioned as a shore establishment, HMS President.
Yes, that is the Royal Navy's Royal Navy Reserve and base and central base in London. Yes, and to find we had to do quite a lot of work to find that, because technically we couldn't keep it if we couldn't find someone who in the UK was a president. But luckily, there was a president of what was it? President of the Bank of England or something like that. So, or something like that, and we could name it for. We said it was technically named for them. So the Royal Navy can be incredible. And Jean Bart's an admiral, so of course we could keep that one. Technically, it's a debate as whether he's Dutch or French.
He's a Dunkerker.
Yeah.
He's from the terrible Low Countries.
Yes.
He's almost Belgian.
Yeah. We would have no qualms about having him. Black Horse. What would have happened if, by some miracle, Yamato and her group were magically appeared off Okinawa? A very loud, very painful battle.
Now or in 1945?
Nowadays, if they appeared today, they would be turned into museum ships. If they appeared in 1945, that's a battle.
Yeah. Unless they, today decided to continue to prosecute World War II, in which case they would become an interesting collection of coral reefs after Spain's anti-shipping missile bombardment.
No, well, after someone realised what they were doing. Because at the moment there isn't much around Okinawa for them to go and engage. There are a few raw US Navy things, but would they recognise them as US Navy ships because they look so different to the ships they were expecting?
I mean, if there was a carrier, it at least looks like a flat top. And
it's a flat top so massive, they're gonna look at it and go, "What the frigate?"
No, but a bit like with the escort carriers, their aiming is going to be completely off, because they'll be like, "That ship is ridiculously close."
Yes.
No, it's just really big.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reminded of the Father Ted's thing about, this cow is very small. Holds up a model. That cow is far away.
Ah, yes, fun times.
Yeah, such a good series.
Richard Goss, could a worked-over twin 3-inch mount from HMS Tiger form the basis of a modern system? And could a current-size destroyer accommodate refit this in? Theoretically, yes. But where you put it on a modern destroyer, I'm not sure. And you probably want to do a lot of work, and it's probably a lot cheaper and a lot easier to just go to the lovely Italians or so, Malera, and go. I'd like a twin 76mm mount, and they go, yes, here's the one off our catalogue. Please take it.
Yeah.
Why is Fleet so quiet? Fleet is never quiet.
I am waiting for a question that I.
No, I mean you are physically quiet.
How strange.
Yeah, usually that's not a problem. For the love of God, do not send your volume into the stratosphere, because I have you up at 150% on Discord.
Right.
And the hearing has been brutalized enough.
Well, that's one of the things that exists. Wonder why I'm so quiet.
You do seem to have fixed something, because I think you've gone up more than I have. adjusted you otherwise.
His audio did just increase, yes.
Don't know what I did.
Okay. So, next question. And basically, yeah, you just go to Onomalera, and frankly, in the nicest way, I would like the Type 83s to have about 3 of those such systems on them, and 3 close-in weapon systems, and they'd be mounted in a sort of, inverted triangle, overlapping triangle sort of form, and have 2 twin 5-inch, and then also have a whole load of missiles, about 192 cells. And that would be my Type 83. And that would therefore have enough gun firepower that if it ran out of missiles, it would have a fighting chance of getting out of Dodge. Black Horse, what would be the effect of the US learning to navigate with coastal blackouts off the coast of Britain in World War I have on the U-boat success on the eastern US coast in World War II? Nothing, because by the time they got to there, it's 20 years has passed and everyone who learnt will have forgotten. Or will have moved on to different posts.
But the important thing is, it wasn't it the kind of, it would have been the public having blackouts that would have been the thing. That I mean, you can navigate, if you can navigate at night, you can navigate at night, because you're not always going to be able to see land, or you might be off a dark bit of land.
Yeah, the issue with the blackouts was not navigation, it was the ships being silhouetted against things like the Jersey Boardwalk.
Yeah.
And thus being very visible to U-boats predating the U.S. East Coast ports.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Is
people detail into an apothecary?
People have blackouts, and then people did not follow the blackout. And apothecaries always
man for himself.
Always deserve detail.
Yes, but I feel like this might be branching into the absurd.
Dr. Clarke keeps turning down the volume on Fleet's voice. I do not. I just remembered that his volume was turned down from when he'd been very, very loud, so I went to check it. And it's at 100%, so it's fine.
And YouTube, why are you yelling at me? I can't control. That's a client-side issue on Dr. Clarke's end. There's nothing I can do about that.
And realistically, my personal volume for what I'm doing on this should not be controlling what the other people are hearing in the Discord server.
Indeed.
It shouldn't be. What kind of displacement would that punitive Type 83 be?
Many.
Probably 15 to 18,000 tons.
Somewhere between many and lots.
It would be big enough that it would be a decent-sized destroyer. Some might even call it a small cruiser. Some.
Or a large cruiser.
Some of us might just point out that pretty much all escorts these days are cruisers in one form or the other. And because of that, they're also take on in peacetime, but we'll leave that to one side. Seneca, what is the latest time period when a single Fletcher-class destroyer could reliably win a gunfight against a battleship?
Reliably win a torpedo.
It's a gunfight, it says. A gunfight. Don't say fight, it says a gunfight. Well, Fletcher could probably take Hoche.
A well-motivated rowboat full of well-motivated SBS soldiers could take Hoche.
I was going to say well-motivated poodles, but we'll leave that to one side. Foxo?
I was trying to be somewhat nice to Hoche for once in my miserable existence.
Foxo?
A gunfight.
Foxo?
I would put forward that a Fletcher could take on pretty much any pre-dreadnought in a gunfight.
Honestly,
they're way too vulnerable to fire compared to a dreadnought.
The only pre-dreadnoughts they can't really deal with is the final generation. Things like Radetzky, King Edward VII.
Even then, it's the only issue I can see is the massive upper works on them.
Well, this is why I said it's got to be the last gens, because you start to see the upper works, the sort of stuff that would be exceptionally vulnerable on a pre-dreadnought to a Fletcher. They start to lose as they transition more to larger secondary batteries in turrets and thicker armor protection. But anything before that period, yeah, Fletcher could absolutely handily win. And even then,
as far as I'm aware, as soon as you get the armored citadel, the Fletcher's not going to be effectively sink it without penetrating the armored citadel.
Yeah, but it doesn't say sink it, it says win a gunfight.
I
if
would
it could
say
disable the guns...
As far as I'm aware of, most battleship turrets, even on the early dreadnoughts, are heavily armored enough you're not going to knock them out with 5-inch. And as long as it can keep firing them, it's still a threat to you.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to take a 12-inch HE shell in a Fletcher, even if it's an old 12-inch HE shell.
I mean, I would personally give it even odds against the first generation dreadnought or semi-dreadnought.
I would say,
as far as
honestly,
reliable.
If you want to reliably win a gunfight, I'd say basically Royal Sovereign types onwards, i.e. of the ones that are often characterized as pre-dreadnoughts, but shouldn't really be called pre-dreadnoughts because they weren't built with the idea of dreadnought coming, so therefore they're not pre-dreadnought, they just precede it in time. But there again, if we classified the battleships as pre-dreadnought and post-dreadnought, then HMS Warrior would be classified as a pre-dreadnought, and she's not. She's called an ironclad, so this is why I have a problem with pre-dreadnought as a naming convention. Yeah.
And the reason I say that a Fletcher could potentially come out the victor in a fight against like a South Carolina or even a dreadnought is, as Castina has pointed out, and I just see it, Fletcher can control the range and has a much higher hit rate. Not to mention the fire rate. And
yeah, but if we go off guns alone, she can't effectively combat in effect, like fully knock out a dreadnought.
Yeah.
I don't think that
12-inch can fire on their own. They won't be particularly effective, but they can still fire on their own manual control.
I think the Fletcher is always going to have a glass jaw in this conflict.
Yeah.
But I think a Fletcher can render that era of battleship combat ineffective.
Okay.
I specifically said pre-dreadnoughts because this case is of pre-dreadnoughts fully going down to hail of fire, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, basically all of the major engagements of the Russo-Japanese War have occasions of that happening.
But it's more of a case of Fletcher can get the dreadnought to be ineffective, but it can't finish and win the fight, if you get what I mean, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Because if you can't get through the set, no.
As we're an
Can't
hour...
sink it.
Yeah, but they could win the gunfight. But, as we're an hour now, I'm just going to mention this because I should do it. And by the way, Fleet, do you have a Spreadshirt store yet?
Not yet.
I'll just keep nagging him, don't worry about Aaron. But everyone knows, if you look down below here, you'll see on the YouTube, definitely, there's an advertisement for the Spreadshirt store, which I have got attached to this channel. Now, for the first time ever, I've got one up there, and one which actually has me and the senior fluffy research assistant in. It's the picture from the running screen, which comes on at the beginning and end of videos. And that will someday get joined by some music. And when I've got time, I'll sit down my trombone and record something. And then Sonny and no one else can claim it. Because I will literally go,
Don't worry, they'll still try to.
it's my personal recording. It's bad, therefore you can tell it's my personal recording of me playing my trombone. Anyway, the point is, I haven't done this before because usually as a rule I don't win the vote and debate on it. But this time my mum's allowed me to do it up. We've had a family vote because I had family dogs, and it's up. I've got a month. If enough of them sell in a month, if people are enough interested in it, I will be able to do more like it in the future with the fluffy research assistants. But the thing is, enough need to sell. So thank you to everyone who's already bought some. Thank you to those who are considering it, and thank you to those who are thinking about it. Paul Amos has pointed out that get the stickers to achieve the 100 plus sales. They're only $1.99 each. Yeah, there are so many different options on there. There are also some. Also, the t-shirts do run very big, Fox. So I've checked into this now. The t-shirts run very big, and according to one of my younger cousins, who is similar to you and likes to sleep in a large t-shirt, she says very comfortable as well because she's got 3 of them now from my site. And I went, so that's who's been buying the supersized t-shirts from my site. Because I noticed I kept getting them being sold and I hadn't known who was buying them. And it turns out it's one of my cousins. Oh. Sometimes. Right.
Also, if you are on Twitch, Twitch is currently having a 35% off sale on gift subs.
Oh, cool. Thank you. That's nice of them. And you now have enough subs, don't you, Runon? You just need more to make you happier.
I just have access to channel points, and I'm going to be making it everybody's problem.
Okay. All right. That's a problem.
So if you want to sub and join Teemu as my second sub, you're welcome to, but I don't expect you to. Again, thanks to Teemu for subbing.
Runon,
on Twitch.
Runon, please. Phrasing.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
About being your second sub.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We can't. Some of us have to be dominant. Some of us have to be dominant, Dragon. We can't all be lightly built men such as yourself, asking to get demolished in a contest of wills.
Right.
Oh, willpower's
Next
not an
question.
issue.
As the second Shohei class destroyer has been refloated and taken in for repair, nice game or something fitting out, will she likely end up as a half sister to the Shohei? Honestly, let's just wait. If she's actually made viably operational, I will be surprised. Without them first ripping apart the hull and rebuilding it, because it looked to me like the keel had twisted, let alone parts of the hull. So it'll be a fun thing. They will either end up with a ship which is being bodged back together, which means it will probably go down in the first major storm it encounters. Or rather moderate storm it encounters, because they'll break it in half if the keel's been that damaged. Or they'll have to basically rebuild the whole ship. Because that is what happens when you've gone through that kind of position, because it does seem to me it's placed an inordinate strain in a way which was not designed to. It was not designed to receive that strain. And by the way, Runon, you've got your second sub already, Lions.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you, Lions, for the Bezos bucks.
Mm-hmm. Now, but yeah, basically it's a case of that ship is just. Let me put also to the panel. Is there anyone on the panel who would volunteer willingly to go to sea on that vessel?
I think I'd rather go in the North Sea in a canoe. Have better chances.
Of course, an ad runs when you show the vessel. Typical, absolutely typical.
Yeah, it seems like Dr. Clarke has gone for a distributed advertisement scheme, whereas I've gone for the all or nothing advertisement scheme.
I've gone for the advertisement scheme which the YouTube recommended, where they time it to each
This
person
is on
individually.
Twitch.
On Twitch, I have it also automated. I have them hands-free, so I don't have to touch them, and it's not on my fault.
On Twitch, I have a single 3-minute block of ads.
Yeah, no.
I just have settings for ads on Twitch, and I just leave it alone. Do not
Because
touch
I
the
take those 3
advertisements.
minutes, I get up, I get fresh water, I get fresh iron brew.
The show Heion is basically a 73% production of a Type 52.
It's not surprising given what the North Koreans want them for.
Yeah.
And honestly, they're probably what... If you're talking about having an asset that's capable of defending your coast and with limited ability to power project, like make port visits to Japan or Russia, etc. Japan or Russia, not Japan, sorry, China or Russia. That's pretty much what they want. They've got various different missiles for various different roles. They're probably going to end up building as many as they think they need because it's North Korea. They have a way of making things happen because the leader says he wants them to happen. North Korea has two modes: weirdly competent and incredibly insane, and there is no middle ground. And these ships seem to be on the weirdly competent side of things.
We shall ignore the problems with their launching.
And the fact they've been completed with, it appears, with no engines.
Well, that's not really proven. We don't know if they have engines or not, given that it's hard to see inside them.
From all the accounts and all the reports we've seen, at no point have we seen them proceeding under their own power, including the first one yet. Okay? If it was able to power itself, there would have been a propaganda video produced of it moving. At the least.
And they would have been screaming about how great their ship is.
It would have been the fastest ship in the world, and everyone else would be looking going, oh, it's doing 20 knots. Oh, cute. So, yeah, no. At the moment, they ain't got engines for them, and that's probably because of they are either waiting for the supplies of engines from someone, or the factory which was trying to make the engines for them has had a weird accident or two. The odds are we can all hope for the sake of the people on board they're not going for very noisy diesels, because if they are going for very noisy diesels, those things are just going to be torpedo magnets. Now, question: what happens if the Royal Navy takes over the major ports of Norway before Germany invades? Then the German invasion force runs into its worst nightmare. Royal Navy. Also, there are probably some interesting discussions between the British and the Norwegian government, because the British would be, we're leaving Norwegian government in charge. Okay, we're not changing the government at all. Yeah, but we don't trust you to defend your own ports. And that's the kind of stance which could cause an issue, because the Norwegian government might go, we want to drive the British out, but we don't. And even worse, if the Germans then showed up to invade and ran into the British and the British fought them off, then there's a whole problem for the Norwegians. So if the British have literally managed to get in there a few hours before anyone else and aren't disarming the Norwegians, because the British plans were kind of interesting. We're not disarming the Norwegians, we're not changing the government, we're not going to do any of that, we're literally just securing the ports. It's going to be a very weird scenario, and how it gets worked out is going to be a very interesting depending on diplomacy. Now, if Winston Churchill gets hold of that, I can see that going one of two ways. Because Winston Churchill can sometimes come up with absolutely sublime diplomatic ideas, and sometimes he goes complete and utter cuckoo. And he is never he is... Well, let's be honest, he's either one or the other when it comes to his diplomacy. He's either absolute masterstroke, or, oh my god, where did you learn to do your diplomacy? In a pig farm?
Random question.
Yes.
I just have visions of the Germans coming across their worst possible nightmare. A huge number of Matalots who've had their run ashore cut short because the Germans have turned up.
Thank you, Lions.
And are trying to put their towels on all of the sunlanders.
The more likely
The
thing that the
question I
Germans will
have
find
is-
is there's a whole load of destroyers sitting in the fjords going, "Hello! You've come to our party!" And hear Warspite behind them going, "Welcome to my Thunderdome," as she does circles around an imaginary pole in the middle of the fjord.
Thank you, Paul. The question I have is, how out of the realm of possibility would it be for the Royal Navy or the British in general to have good enough signals intelligence to fake an activation order over the Norwegian reservist command and control net?
They could do it.
Yeah, after they've arrived, and also after they've arrived, the Norwegian government probably do that anyway to try and deal with the British.
No, British could do it from home, because, to be honest, the BBC could broadcast very, very long distances and were good at this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they could probably find out what channel the Norwegian kind of radio news or whatever went out on, and push out a signal on that, or that would be picked up by anything tuned to it. I wouldn't be surprised if they could have easily done that. If they weren't all just listening to the BBC anyway, which so many people were.
Yeah. Now, Zacco, the only reason I haven't say Norway would declare on the UK and declare war on the UK, and the only reason I say that is because the way the British would be phrasing as "we're here to protect the ports," and seeing as they have quite good connections with all the locals, and they already have a very good connection with the military, and believe it or not, it was the Norwegian military which was basically tipping off the British the whole way down where the things like the Altmark were. There is a strong possibility that whilst the government might want to declare war, they might not, as they don't really want to side with Germans, and it also depends on how quickly the Germans show up beforehand. They just show up afterwards. If the Germans show up straight away as if they're going to with their invasion force to try and invade, and the British do hold them off, then the Norwegians are going to be in a very interesting position, because how do you market that? How do you do that? It's the same. Oh, it is the same excuse as the Germans used. But the difference is the Germans were coming in and affecting regime change, the British wouldn't be. And the Norwegian government showed it was very, very capable of accepting a lot of things as long as it survived. That's the thing. It's the Norwegian government talking about. And honestly, the Norwegian government is kind of in a bit of embarrassment at that point because of how little they've invested properly in defence. It's the British plan for most of these things was to basically most of the troops were offloaded. We're going to offload an artillery unit and an infantry unit to protect them. Was pretty much most of the forms. So basically, what they'd be saying is, oh yeah, there's going to be an infantry unit and artillery unit forming up, sitting at your entrance, and there's going to be a couple of destroyers sitting here as extra protection. And that's the difference. We're not going to go through your streets. We're not going to disarm your troops. We're not going to do anything like that. And so it becomes a very weird scenario, because if they were landing and disarming people, that would I agree would cause war. But how do you respond in that situation? And there's a major war going on already, and one faction has just decided that you are at risk because has invaded you to protect you from the other one, is their thing. But they've not invaded you because they've not replaced your government, they've not disarmed your armed forces, they're just literally setting up troops and they're engaging in buying food from the locals, and it's a. I can see where you're coming from, where the whole declare war scenario, but the thing is, it's a complicated situation, and I could honestly see the Norwegian government could find themselves going either way.
Although I wouldn't, I wouldn't be surprised to find that there was a particularly wealthy British businessman or somebody with access to a check from his checkbook underwritten by His Majesty's government that showed up and said, "Yes, we would like to rent your port facilities for X amount of time."
I am.
If the
there were all
Norwegian
sorts of
government
instructions.
really decided to make a mess.
There were all sorts of instructions which would go to the ambassador in that scenario to explain and give the British giving a list of exactly what happens. And the British ambassador to Norway was absolutely a par excellence, high quality ambassador at the time. So that's the sort of there's the real sort of thing, and it becomes an interesting scenario. It becomes a really interesting scenario, especially for the Germans. The Norwegian Officer Corps, yes and no. In terms of Norwegian Officer Corps being 50-50, in terms of British-German leading.
KVG, I would say that just keep in mind that, especially at launch, that ship is going to be dry.
Okay, that's
no fuel, no oil, no ballast water. It's going to be dry. It's going to be as dry as it's ever going to get while being in the water.
Yeah, but let's try and keep some topic. We're currently on the Norway topic, so we'll try and keep some answering that.
Sorry.
Don't worry, it can confuse people. On the Norwegian Officer Corps being 50-50 British German, you have to remember that wasn't actually that's often put forward, and some sources have tried to claim that, but honestly, the Norwegians do like the Germans, but they don't like the fascist government. And as the example I tend to use is the fact that when Walter Kisling works into the chief of police, who he's heard is strongly conservatives, head office in Norway, and demands that he arrest the government, the first response to the chief of police is, "Who the frick are you?" The second thing is to kick him out. They like the Germans, they don't like the German government. They don't want to be occupied by either. The British scenario, as said, would be in a very weird scenario, and I'm not sure how the Norwegians would deal with it. They could go straight to the war scenario, but they might well not. Because honestly, look at how their government has acted on previous things. They have been so slow to do everything. They might even consider it a good thing, because it's finally taken the decision out of their hands, and no longer they can stick their hands up and go, "Not our problem. We're not doing it. We didn't do anything, Gov." They could honestly wash their hands. I could see the Norwegian government honestly washing their hands on the moment because of what had happened.
I mean, it's going to sound weird, but from what I can tell, from reading about it all, that so much of kind of Norwegian foreign policy was dictated purely by their foreign secretary, who basically did it all himself, didn't tell any of his subordinates, didn't tell the rest of the cabinet anything that he didn't think they needed to know.
Yeah.
And so it's going to depend which way he goes. And I don't get the impression he was in any way pro-German. He just thought he could.
But it was like all their ministries. All their ministries at this point, and that was half the trouble with their government. Their ministries, none of their ministries talked to each other. They all pretended that the others could. They only told the others what they felt they needed to know, and acted as their own personal fiefdoms. It is a very, very interestingly organised government. But it's well known that the people who were the defence secretary, the foreign secretary, and the interior minister were all sort of, if let's say not pro-British, were more aligned with the British side of the war than the Allied side of the war than they were with the German side of the war in terms of democracies rather than fascism and dictatorship. So there is a. There is an honest policy, possibly, and I know Zaka is not going to like this, is that they literally go, not us, and just wash their hands of it and go, yeah, well, now they don't need to. After all, then they wouldn't need to pay for defence in the next few years while the war's going on. The British would have to take responsibility for it, wouldn't they? The British would have to defend them. It's great. They don't have to take responsibility for anything.
And if anything, especially if anything goes wrong, they've got.
And they can, if the Germans do turn up, they go, look, we were invaded. We have no strength. They overwhelmed us.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Of course, that notionally does allow the Germans, to portray themselves as liberators, but they would have done that anyway, so much for muchness.
Zacco, yes, but the trouble is the Norwegian government didn't trust their own military. They're even worse than the French. So the trouble is they'd be worried about activating the military. So whilst you go, they wouldn't let that go. No, they'd be upset about it. It'd be a formal protest, but it would also solve some problems for them. But that's about that's it.
In terms of it being an act of war, so was the thingy incident.
Altmark.
That's the one. That's the one.
So was the Altmark incident, and that didn't get war declared. Let's be honest, we went into their internal waters.
It is both brilliantly sunny outside my house right now and pouring down rain.
The thing is that the Norwegians really wanted to avoid fighting a war because they knew their armed forces weren't ready for it. So they yeah.
And they were on schedule to be ready for the war.
And we're talking about the same government which, during World War II, when they'd been kicked out of their home by the Germans and been kicked out of power, were very worried about doing too much for the Allied war effort because that might cause reprisals at home and because their people would suffer, which was the reason they gave, and I can understand that. But if they're so afraid of these sort of things, the British are there, not kicking them out of governments, not keeping them, but also they're sitting there. They're going to what are they going to be afraid of? Actively calling a war? The Norwegian government is a case study in many, many issues. It's not the Norwegian people; it's the Norwegian government we're talking about, and that's what you're dealing with. And honestly, the Altmark incident, the British doing that took the problem out of their hands. They didn't want to do it themselves. They didn't want to board the Altmark and do a proper investigation themselves, because then it would be on them to sort it out, and they might get dragged into the war. They do everything they can to stay out of the conflict, to not get involved, not get their hands dirty, not have to activate their armed forces, not have to pay that bill. There are issues going on there, to sort of add the answer in of why I'm suggesting the things I am. 96831. As the second... I've sort of answered this question already. You've already asked this question in different form. Second Choi Hyun class have been refloated. Will they not scrap it? No, they won't. They won't scrap it. They'll probably try and repair it. Yeah.
There's no universe in which that ship, given how much has been invested in it and how it's going to be a key part of the navy they're planning to build for coastal defense and protection of their submerged assets, aka the ballistic missile submarines they're building.
Yes.
They cannot afford to have that ship not be completed. She will probably end up as some form of half sister, given the work that will have to be done to her. Similar to a question we already asked this evening. But no, that ship will be made ready for sea.
I wouldn't say necessarily a half sister, but subclass possibly is what we describe in modern phraseology.
That ship will see whether she's ready or not, and God help the crew.
No. When it goes to sea, it will be seaworthy, because this is the thing. This is where the whole weird competence of the North Koreans come in. Because if it's one thing they don't like doing, is they don't like using things that don't work, because then all the effort to build it has been wasted.
I can see them being ordered to get it by a certain date, and then that date comes and it has to go to see whether it is ready or not.
Yeah, it's supposed to be ready for a special anniversary coming up quite soon. I don't think so. Maybe they'll repaint the original one into its color scheme, declare that one as ready, and then carry on working on the second on the other one. I have no idea, but yeah, it's all fun. It's all some fun and games. Bowman Boy, how much could the Royal Navy have affected the course of the fighting in Ukraine and the Caucasus had the British government decided to intervene for the nationalists as well as the whites?
Well, the Ukrainian government at that point was communist. The government that was fighting for an independent Ukraine during the Russian Civil War was a communist one, which makes intervention non-viable for the governments that are backing the whites. Also, it's an independence movement, which again is something that the whites are basically fighting against.
Fleet, whilst
So the problem you've got there-
whilst I agree with you in theory, has Britain ever in the past supported multiple parties which have divergent aims within the nations and within an area?
Yes, they have.
When it's considered
No,
in our
Britain would
diplomatic
never do
interest too.
Yes, of course. But in this particular
So
case,
it is.
that
Well, no,
doesn't-
they didn't. They chose not to in this case. But in a nicest way, again, Britain has no qualms about backing communism and communists and other parties should they be acting in our interests. It hasn't.
Yes.
Look at what it's
Yes,
look at what it's done
I
in the
know.
past and who it's worked with.
Yeah,
So yeah, if they wanted to, they could help their supplies, but they can't really do much more because the British don't have much riverine forces available in that area, and that's been the maximum Navy can really do. It's logistics and supplies. But yeah, Fleet's right. In theory, it's an absolute mess to do, but there again, unfortunately, and this is the problem. The British do have to admit we have done that in the past, multiple times. Sometimes to our benefit, sometimes not. Which one of the South American countries was it that we were funding 3 different independence movements which all hated each other and were trying to destroy each other against the Spanish at the same time?
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
That does, but it's very that we were funding all 3 at the same time. Oh, the God, we were in. I think there's at one point there's also where the actual officers deployed to assist them happened to be brothers, and so the coordination was happening when the brothers got together to meet up, and they went, well, of course I've got to meet up with my brother. He's out here, but he's with the other side. But he's my brother. It's, do you want me not to meet my family? I understood. So they decided to celebrate they were celebrating quarter birthdays as a reason to get together and coordinate things. I'll be talking about Nesta Mercana potentially. Black Horse. What would happen if the admirals in Britain stopped trying to control the naval assault on the Dardanelles? Could it be taken in World War One?
The only way you take the Dardanelles in World War One is if it's pre-planned, and by that I mean it has to be the first. It has to be the first bombardment has to be pushed through aggressively, and it has to have proper minesweepers to clear channels for the ships, and it has to be the 1914 attack that's pushed through.
Can we deal the random the statements in order? Because before we get onto that one, there's the first one of what would happen if the admirals in Britain stopped trying to control naval assault. The admirals in Britain were not trying to control the Dardanelles assault. They couldn't. Communications aren't at the level in World War One that the admirals in Britain have anything other than geostrategic control, i.e. setting we'd like you to take the Dardanelles, what resources do you need? Option over it. That is literally their ability. They can maybe send a telegram once in a while if the lines are working. The amount of information that can go backwards and forwards. I think most of the communications actually do depend on them sending the telegrams to the nearest Greek port that actually takes them and actually gets telegrams, and having a ship turn up there once a week to pick up the telegrams and take them back to where the force is being coordinated from. There's yeah.
I kind of I have visions of, if you want it to work, take and I was just checking 20-year-old Philip Vian, who and put him in charge and point him at it.
They have Admiral Cunningham down there as a more senior officer. Let him run it.
Honestly, but isn't this one of those scenarios where actually Beatty might be quite decent at sorting that out? Because he'd also done some stuff on land, so he actually understood it.
He was actually a bit of an amphibious warfare officer, yes.
I mean, just think if he had that, and you'd had somebody better in charge of the battle cruisers in 1914.
Oh, good God. Hello. Yeah. Oh.
And then the Germans start losing battle cruisers at that early.
Sorry, yes, I am being squashed by a poodle who's just decided to be hello and say hi to her.
He wants to make sure you don't breed so that you can provide all your love to him.
Don't joke.
I'm not certain if I heard that correctly, and so I'm just going to move on swiftly.
Yeah, next question. Black Horse, what would happen if the Royal Navy invaded in the first attack on the Dardanelles? If the Royal Navy actually had the troops with them and they actually did the thing on the first attack of the Dardanelles and actually had the pre-dreadnought fitted out as was discussed at the time but wasn't done, and as I often bring up, the idea of them having cork filling their front compartments and having all being bulged and going in there to act basically as minesweepers of a sort. If the Ottoman Empire, Constantinople falls, which it probably would under those circumstances, then the Ottoman Empire might well break up. And while that's going on, you also have you have a warm water access to the lovely people in Russia to supply them and send them decent supplies. And you probably have just given the Greeks a reason to get massively involved in the war, because now they've got to make sure they're on everyone's good side so they get Constantinople when the war is over.
Which is going to be difficult because the Russians are sat there and will now be getting, supplies and be able to export their grain. And the Russians are sat there going, no, Greece. That Constantinople has our name on it. Thank you very much.
Yes, both of those powers are going to be competing for it, and basically the Royal Navy is going to be in the middle, going, well, whichever of you gets to Berlin first gets it.
Suddenly, Russia advances 25 miles in 2 days.
It suddenly turns. It suddenly could make. It would probably make the Tsarist government suddenly incredibly popular if they could announce that the Allies have captured Constantinople.
Oh, and also the Tsarist government now has a lot more breathing room because it can export its grain for profit.
Yes. Everyone's calling you a very good boy, Raleigh. He's reminding you all you can buy a picture now of him. He likes you being able to do that. Right.
Are you saying that your poodle is an egoist?
Yes, he is. He is completely. Everyone in this chat who has met him would agree on this front. Knight 6831.
Yes, sea daughters, I banned it.
If the W177 series of tactical nukes had not been retired between 1992 and 1998, when would the Royal Navy's and the RAFs need to be replaced, and by what? Well, they'd be replaced by more free-fall bombs, and they probably would need to be replaced in the... Well, I think the reason they were retired when they were was partly because they were due for replacement. So that would tell you that, They need to be replaced probably late 1990s time.
Yeah, and the choice is whether the RN and the RAF go for another free-fall bomb, or whether they go for some kind of guided munition or cruise missile.
Well, let's be honest with the
'Cause the option-
Harrier as your targeting system, which it would be for the Royal Navy at that point. Surely you prefer some sort of guided missile, because would anyone want to be in a Harrier dropping a free-fall nuclear weapon? Leave.
I don't know if the Harrier can even do a toss bomb.
It can.
It can.
Anything can do a toss bomb.
Anything.
A Blackburn could do a toss bomb.
Blackburn could not do a toss bomb.
It wouldn't go very far, but it could.
No, it lacks the power to weight ratio to do it properly. It would fail.
So that is
Kind of like a hand grenade, okay? It's a toss bomb.
It's not. It's just toss bombs.
Where have you got these seeds in you from? But no, it basically, if you're going to replace these things, they need to be replaced in the. Honestly, it might be interesting because it might. What missiles were around that could have such a warhead put on them at that time?
I mean,
because that would go on a Harrier.
Thinking about the size of it, you could adapt Sea Skewer. You could adapt Sea Skewer. You could make a nuclear-tipped version of Sea Skewer. Hang on, or is it Sea Skewer I'm thinking of?
A Seagull? Not Sea Skewer.
Possibly, yeah.
I don't think
I'm pretty sure it could fit some like a WE-177 on something like an Exocet.
Yes,
Problem is that's not geared for
Can you fix an Exocet on a Harrier? Is the true question.
I mean, probably.
This is the thing. It's not enough to adapt an existing missile.
Capacity from it.
The thing, it's not enough to adapt an existing missile. You've really got to look, because it needs to be a missile that's geared for that delivery of atomic ordnance role. And I don't think the RAF has anything, or RN has anything in inventory that has the range and the precision in terms of targeting at that point that can be adapted to that role. There may be joint procurement with the French. There may be some form of missile that's bought between the two powers.
The Harrier has a bombing computer and it has a rocket computer.
That's not.
It can, if you give it a trajectory, it can do most of the work for you.
Yes, that's true, but I'm still not sure I want to toss a nuclear bomb from it.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not so much about.
It's not so much.
It's not
can
so
it toss
much.
the bomb? It's more a case of can I get out of the blast radius after I've tossed the bomb.
It's also more flexible.
Put a big enough rocket motor on the back of it.
Yeah.
You can just genie it, but instead of fusing from midair, you fuse it for impacting the ground.
I mean, the solution is fairly simple. I mean, if you're replacing them between 92 and 98,
yes,
you basically look at the French and you go, hey, you're developing this thing, which is a tactical nuclear missile that fits on your tactical aircraft. Can we work with you on a joint program?
Honestly, it might actually not be the it might not actually be the French. It might be the Norwegians we go with. Because
isn't Golden Eagle? Isn't Golden Eagle in development at this point?
Might be, but actually there's something. There's the Norwegians are developing something at this point that might work with us, and might be sensible to procure at the time. It'll be interesting.
Because I remember that the precursor to the stealth missile we sent to Ukraine quite a while back has its origins in an air-launched cruise missile at this point.
Yeah. Which was probably
and if you just
sort of on the books.
And if you want to put a nuclear warhead on that, the Harry can carry it. Just. You'd have to carry two, but...
You know, your audience who love you, Poodle, would never realise, unless they're watching this closely, how much trying to keep you beautiful pains me. And how much abuse I suffer from my poodle.
I just gotta punch him out.
Abuse? That is just your master showing his love for you.
That is me
I've
trying
just
to
gotta
comb
punch-
him, his hair.
So just to punch him out, Fleet. Yeah. If you think tossing nuclear weapons is particularly dangerous by nuclear launch standards,
I was just thinking dangerous in the
don't.
Harrier standards because of Harrier's
I
speed.
don't really.
yeah, it's like like dumbfiring a rocket with a nuke on it isn't exactly the most dangerous version. Definitely not.
Corbin, you all ever have a great question meaning you ask for weeks only to forget it the moment you click on the stream? Yeah, don't worry, just keep watching it. You remember it when the stream ends. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the US Army in 1941 had all their tanks except light tanks become T-55s? So all the M1, M2, M3 Lee and M4 Shermans would become T-55s.
Well, there's a few things here. There's a few things here.
Yeah, I'll let Fleet take lead on this one.
Yeah. On the one hand, now these vehicles are going to be more cramped than. Well, first of all, let's assume here that the US understands how to operate them, because otherwise this question is going to be open and shut real quick. But with that assumption put to one side,
T-55 is not the most complicated tank in the world to operate.
Yeah, but just roll with me here.
No.
So, on the one hand, these vehicles are a little bit more cramped internally than some of the vehicles. But honestly, for some of them, it's actually an upgrade. So for the M1 for the M1 and M2 crews, they're going to think it's a palace. Apart from the poor old driver. But the M1 combat.
Let Fleet finish.
The M1 and M2 were cramped vehicles internally. It was really, really bad. The M3 and M4, though, it's a downgrade in ergonomics. But all that aside, it's a relatively reliable vehicle. It's got a decent power-to-weight ratio. It's basically functionally immune to any battlefield anti-tank weapon until some of the larger shaped charge warheads that Germany fields in the later war on their Panzerfaust and Panzerschrecks come in. It's a little bit heavy compared to what the US is used to dealing with in terms of armor at this point. But it is just about light enough that it can be moved by the cranes on Liberty ships. It's 36 tons. It's just 4 tons shy of that.
Metric tons.
Sorry, 34 long tons. There. 34.
No.
Sorry, 35 long tons, I should say.
I looked this up because this is something I'm trying to beat through YouTube Minecraft Watcher's head. It is 79,000 pounds plus a little bit. It's at the max of the weight band. The issue is
you're giving the wrong weights, Fleet. It's for the
T-55,
it's 40 short tons on 35.5 long tons. Or 36 long tons.
Okay, so that is right on the edge of what your US logistics can support, but that's the thing; it's right on the edge. However, this is still going to cause problems. It is going to cause problems. Now there are potential ways around this. Problem is they're not being built. They've just been converted from tanks that are being built just magically. So no, they're not going to be able to make any alterations to the design. So no, they can't do that way actually.
If it's,
I'm just thinking. They could separate the turrets from the hulls for transit. That would enable them to be moved overseas. Oh.
Okay, now I'm going to step in, and I'm going to reiterate something that I've said previously. The problem is not getting them from the U.S. East Coast to the European theater of operations is the first battle. The T-55 is able to do that. Great. However, if you're transmuting every single tank in the U.S., battle line tank in the U.S. arsenal into T-55s, Your bridging is going to suffer. Your recovery vehicles are going to suffer. Your engineering vehicles are going to suffer. It is going to cause issues. It won't cause as much issues with some of the other tanks that you've suggested in the past, but it is at the absolute top end of what can be handled. And looking at images, I bet you dollars to donuts that a T-55 turret is heavier than an M4 Sherman's turret.
A bit.
It also looks like it's generally speaking going to be slightly harder to maintain based on the Sherman. I don't remember how the tail end of the 55 comes apart, but
It's
it
a
looks like
nightmare.
it's
Yeah,
slightly less modular than the Sherman is.
Yeah.
You are
When
probably
it's-
going to see a lower availability rate overall, and God help you when you have to cross rivers or bridges and all that jazz.
You better hope they came with the forwarding package. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Because I just ran the metric tons to pounds. It's at 36 metric tons, the T-55 is 79,366.4 pounds empty. And these tanks, as soon as they hit the keys, are never going to be empty. They're always going to have something in it. So you're going to have to base all of your logistics, all of your engineering support vehicles around a 50-ton tank.
Because that gives you
Instead of-
margin for error as well.
Around a 40-ton tank, whereas the base model Sherman comes in at 66,800 pounds.
Okay.
So, good luck, Buttercup.
It's going to be an interesting thing to get
somewhat-
it out there. It is really going
Yeah.
to be an interesting
Now, if
thing.
it's supplied with the correct ammunition, the Wehrmacht is going to sloop bricks.
There's nothing that there is no battlefield weapon short of loading an 8-inch howitzer with an AP round you found somewhere and direct firing it that's gonna deal with this thing.
There is, Slate. Yes, there is.
An 88 high velocity is probably going to have a good chance against it. I'm just
No,
more concerned about the return
It is.
fire.
no,
It's
no,
fine.
no.
Why not?
The T-50.
Instead of just
the
saying no,
T-50
please say
The
why.
T-55's armor protection is proof against the 88.
On paper, Fleet. On paper. Right. Okay, I'm going to take the original T-55s for this. The ones that are using high hardness rolled armor steel.
Ow.
Low quality armor steel. Those tanks aren't as well protected as you think they are.
They may not. Well, why aren't they as well protected as I think they am?
Because the armor steel is coming from the same plants that are making that made really low quality armor steel.
Okay.
That's incredibly high hardness.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What does high hardness armor steel take to the point at which the Soviets were doing it for the T-34, T-44, T-54, and T-55? What does it tend to do when hit by an impact?
Yeah, it shatters.
Okay.
Which was rectified on a later production and modified variants of the T-54 and T-55.
I think
think-
they don't get it right till 55.
I
But even so, Fox,
now
though.
we
T-55
have
has
gone
the same bullets,
sufficient.
that's on the problem.
I think now we have sufficiently gone into weeds onto a tank question that we have reached the point of. Basically, broadly speaking, I'd say if the U.S. Army in 1941 gets these tanks, it's going to have a lot more interesting trying to deploy them. It's going to then have to figure out how to maintain them and supply them, unless it's got all those parts with it. They're going to be a very useful vehicle. They're going to be an incredibly useful vehicle. But short term, in 1941, the British Army is going to be, especially after the war begins in 1941, early 1942, the American Tank Corps is going to be having a fun time. Trying to adapt to them and get them using them quickly.
you're also going to have a lot of American engineers having a panic attack.
Yes, there will be a lot of engineers having a panic
Because
attack.
they've got to get the V-55 working.
Oh yeah, it's there will be many men with prematurely grey hair in this point, and there will be many because most of the calculators in these science teams were women. Most of most science people, as famously shown in the sort of that film about NASA and the experience of the launch, etc. They were famous. A lot of the calculators, as they were called, were calculators that were was actually a role working with women, and they will probably also be getting a lot of grey hair because I can imagine there being a lot of maths involved as well.
Yeah.
Now, Paul Amos, what effect would the radio working on the seaplane at Jutland be? What would the effect of it working on the sort of? What would the effect of the radio working on a seaplane? If the information's coming in from the seaplane, giving Jellicoe an accurate over-the-head picture of what's going on, including the maneuvers of the Germans, then take everything he achieves on Speer and times it by 3. Because when Speer's actually pulling away and not pulling towards him, and there are no torpedo boats and things going for him, instead of him having to draw because of the theoretical risk of torpedoes, he'd probably advance. And that means instead of Spears turning away, buying him time, it would actually put him at a disadvantage. And things like that could happen. So the odds are the radio working on that could turn things into a lot more shells landing on German ships. And honestly, considering the damage the British already inflicted, that probably starts to turn into German ships getting sunk. And the moment the fleet starts to lose numbers, especially if it's the first turn away, how long does before Scheer has to actually get order a mass withdrawal? And that could be problematic. That could turn into a fighting withdrawal from the Royal Navy, and the Royal Navy's faster. So yeah. Right, the threat of torpedo boats and early destroyers is overestimated. As a result, cruiser and cavalry ships have more smaller caliber quick-firing guns. When aviation comes around, it's noticed that these quick-firing guns are also quite good at annoying planes. Would this blunt the rise of the carrier? No, it wouldn't blunt the rise of the carrier, because fundamentally the rise of the carrier is about giving you a reconnaissance tool, an air defense tool, and a strike tool. And those things are very, very useful, even if the enemy is better prepared for dealing with it. Because also, fundamentally, which is cheaper to put into harm's way? A carrier plane or a destroyer? If you lose an airplane, it's really not. It's not something you want to lose, but you maybe lose 1 to 2 men, maybe 3 at worst, and you lose an aircraft. If you lose a destroyer, that could be a couple of hundred. You risk a carrier. You risk a carrier aircraft to do your reconnaissance. You risk a carrier aircraft to do an offset strike. You risk carrier aircraft to do your air defense. Because it's an offset. It's like we're using drones currently for. And drones are going through, in a far more accelerated term, the exact same cycle as crewed aircraft. They really are. And this is the fun thing. I'm watching as people go, oh, we could do this with drones. We could have a drone that could do this. We could have a drone that could do this. We could have a drone that could do all these things. And the drones are just growing in bigger and bigger size. And at some point, someone's going to turn around and go, hang on, these drones are as big and expensive as crewed aircraft now. How did this happen? And there are going to be historians like me sitting there giggling. Yeah, we're just giggling.
I told you so.
The thing that's caused aircraft to rise in expense and be so big and expensive is because we want the one airframe to do everything. Because we need the one airframe to do everything. Because aircraft have got more expensive, so we can afford to buy less. So we need them to be able to be more capable. Which makes them more expensive. Which means we can buy less. Which means we need to make them more capable. It's an endless cycle of rinse and repeat. I love history.
Do you though? Do you really?
Yeah, I do. There are so many lessons in it if people pay attention. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the Olympic-class ocean liner was built with oil-fueled boilers and steam turbines instead of triple expansion steam engines and coal boilers, like the liner United States?
It wouldn't have been economic to run in that period.
No, but there again, it would have been faster, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Which, let's be honest, at that time, I'd love. There is a sort of economics involved in it. I do agree, there is economics involved in it, but there's also enough obsession with speed and status of having the fastest ship that if they'd thought it would work, they would have gone for it.
And also, there are definitely passengers, like you see this with the rise of aircraft. There are definitely passengers who would be willing to pay the premium for a faster passage.
Oh, it's well known that in the nicest way, first class passengers alone paid for the trips there and back. They paid the money you earned from the first class passengers was what paid for the tickets there and back, and then the second class and third class passengers were profit margins, were extra profit. Basically, it's completely the opposite way around that we run with aircraft today. Aircraft today, as long as economy's full, the flight's paid for. And then business class and first class are the extra profit. In the liner world, as long as the first class was filled, your ship would run because that was it was in profit. It was already in profit. It's the complete reverse of what we deal with today. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1935, and this is what I've been sort of pushing ahead against because I thought all three of you would, well, all three and probably Dan as well. I'm not so much sure about Runon would enjoy this. What if in 1935 the US Army decided to start production on a version of the 155mm Long Tom that could be both a SPG and an SPHA? Kind of like the Swedish Vida artillery vehicle. So a self-propelled gun and a self-propelled howitzer. How effective would it be, and would it be capable, if I remember correctly, of the US developed 155 APHE CBC for the Long Tom as it is? Yeah, but would it be capable? So 1935, the US Army did produce a 6-inch gun they used because self-propelled gun and self-propelled howitzer. Oh.
Oh, it's gonna get stuck in development hell.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Because there's a reason it takes so long to get them. Oh. I'm just trying to think. What, the first time you get an SPG like that in 155 for the Americans is the M44, I want to say.
About that,
which is
yes.
based off a Walker Bulldog, and it's got the high horsepower engine in.
Yes.
And if they really push it, they probably can. But
I mean, yeah.
I'd say the interesting thing is if they get it in 1935, it's going to have effect on other nations as well.
It's curious. The British are already looking at a 6-inch.
Yeah.
And you see several attempts to mount a 6-inch howitzer on the Crusader chassis of all things.
Mm-hmm.
Which
look
don't go particularly well.
Foxo, I always claimed the British were inventive. I never claimed they were necessarily smart. They were inventive, not necessarily smart. Those two things are not. Those two things are not prerequisites.
And because, like, the biggest issue I can see with it, I don't know if the panel will agree, is that the Long Tom for a 155 at the time was a very long barrel length.
Yeah.
Especially for vehicle mounted.
I'm curious
'Cause
how
they-
they developed it.
Mm.
Because it's either going to have to be an entirely unique chassis, because I don't think they can stick it on a pre-existing vehicle chassis.
Just the M6, maybe?
Yeah, but you don't want to have it based off the M6. Like,
But the M6 has the length. And you could probably ISU it.
I don't think the US would accept ISUing that, though.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Okay, we'll just tell the theoreticals of it if it actually do it next.
Somehow they
But-
managed to get it into existence.
So
Somehow.
you probably get a rear-mounted casemate based off the early M6s and M6 prelims, because that's the only vehicle the remakes have got that's long enough.
Idea, Foxo.
Can I just
FV3805.
clarify something?
I'm sorry, go on.
Runon, did you stop streaming, Dan? Runon? Runon?
Uh-oh.
36 of 5.
Runon's-
3805. It's one of my
We'll check it,
favorite British prototypes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's based off Conk, isn't it?
No, that's based off Centurion. And that does mount, and one of the variants does mount a 6-inch gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Centurion's
maybe if they do-
long.
My thought is that that's probably what you'd maybe see in terms of design. As you said, the rear casemate.
Yeah.
That's a long way away.
Yes, it is. But if
Yeah,
you want
so
a rear
if-
casemate, that's what it would probably end up looking like.
Because it's why I said the M6, because the M6 is the only hull that's long enough.
Yeah.
And the M6 hull does work to some degree. And the question did the question specify we had to keep the full barrel length of the long tom?
No.
Those are just long time alike.
Long Tom like. It basically this is the fun thing. I think I'm going to do at some point a Bruships which is titled a What If Bruships. Come here with your what if questions and actually schedule it. Actually, I might even change next week's Bruships to being specifically a What If Bruships. And I will.
Because I love these questions.
And I will.
I enjoy these.
I not only I enjoy these questions, but I will see if I can invite one of my other friends who doesn't do any YouTube, etc. That sort of streaming, if they will pop along on a Sunday evening and join us. Because if I could get Marcus to do it, I think it would be. I think you would all have a wonderful time with him. Because the guy I'm talking about is a guy called Marcus Faulkner from King's College London.
Ooh,
Who is...
he of the gorgeous map.
He is the guy, who compiles the books which are the atlases of the First and Second World War and shows all the maps and things of the world maps and the individual maps of the battles and all those things and that stuff. And is the guy who for fun translates entire German documents. And there is a reason why when it came to putting together that book I've been showing off a little bit lately, which is Scheer's account of the Battle of Jutland, and it's a joint translation by Andrew Lambert and Marcus Faulkner, and because between those two they can do that sort of mass translation quite happily and get everything happily correct and done properly. I cannot find it now for me. It could have been nicked by my mum again. Or it could be literally looking.
Apologies, I had to step away and tend to my laundry, but I did hear my name called.
Yes, we did.
Well,
Was I supposed to be doing something?
But no, basically, for some reason, Twitch
Setting up
decided
the
to disconnect
microphone,
and then reconnect us, our chats. I have no
Ah.
idea why.
Okay, so I've just checked. I'm
Yeah.
trying to find more info on it. But there was an M6D, an M6 hull that was converted to have a casemate 105 and 120 that would be taken forward to T29 and T32.
All right.
So it's probably could go on the M6, but you're just looking at Jack Tanker M6 based.
I will say this. I will say Leslie has just done a wonderful long comment for you on Twitch, Voxer, which I think you'd enjoy going and reading. While you read that, I will talk to answer. Bring in Paul's next question from Seneca Nero. What was the most anachronistic naval battle where ships with the most age and tech difference fought? Oh, good lord. The thing is, I would. I'm fairly sure the Royal Navy's early aircraft carriers at one point were engaging sailing junks on counter-piracy operations. So you literally
that would
had...
be HMS Hermes.
That was HMS Hermes was engaging sailing
that.
junks in counter-piracy operations in the 1920s. So I'd say you'd be hard-pressed to beat aircraft carrier versus sailing junks. I'm not sure that counts a naval battle, but it does to my mind.
I think it. Yeah, yeah.
Seneca Nero says he also accepts a duel, but yeah, I think Hermes and Argus also had fun with sailing junks on the China station.
Mm-hmm.
And Eagle. No, to be fair, Eagle at one point reverses into a junk, which may or may not have been a pirate vessel, but was trying to do some. Let's put it this way: they had some issues with some junks as they were trying to get out of port, which were trying to claim they were towing them out of port, and it appears Eagle backed into one by mistake. So we'll leave that to one side. The Royal Navy's large ships have a long history of backing into things which get in their way.
Now, I do feel obligated to ask Dr. Clarke. When
Yes?
Eagle says that they backed into the junk by mistake, is that they backed into the junk by mistake as per their official report, or the helmsman made a mistake?
Well, the thing is, for a ship to back into another ship, it can't have seen it, and there's a lot of people who have to have given orders.
Really? I'd normally do leaving a crowded port like that with like minimum crew. I'd have the most junior, barely qualified officer of the watch on duty. All the hands would be at meal stations and things. Yeah, it's it'd be fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, no. That's not usually how the Royal Navy leaves port.
Are you telling me that the Royal Navy is completely above getting creative with the editing of their official reports?
Oh, good God! The nicest way. We're not even going to pretend that on this channel. We're not getting. And then, even for the sake of humor, we're not pretending that, because seriously, the amount of work I spend going through various documents in archives, etc., reading Royal Navy official reports, and then comparing them to the... Yeah. Yeah.
This ship can only do 15 knots. Well, on this day, we were here, and then the very next day, we were 3,000 miles away.
Yes, the sloops, which they are not designed to do more than 20 knots and can honestly only do 18. And yet, for some reason, we know the cruiser to do that distance was averaging 28 knots the entire way to get there on time. And the sloop kept up with it the whole way.
As I've said, the Royal Navy, when they state their speed, their design speed for a ship, it's what that ship can do in all weathers and conditions. The fact that it can double that in fair winds and following seas is completely irrelevant and incidental, and should not be taken as a deliberate design goal.
Yeah, there is. This is one of the things why I find so much fun especially when I'm getting comments from people who deal with modern navies, and let's say, recently the most interesting one I had was from a German naval officer going, "We would never lie about our figures. If they are the figures stated, they are the God's honest truth." And you go, well, the Royal Navy also tells the truth, but there are caveats because, well, you're asking me what the top speed is. Well, the official top speed is this, and the official top speed is measured in these conditions, under these circumstances. You haven't asked me what the top speed I could do under different circumstances is. They will rules lawyer you. And this is the problem you have with questions. You always have to be careful with the question. It says, what's the question asked versus what is the answer given?
What is the highest speed you could get this ship up to in all, in the most optimal conditions possible in an absolute dire emergency?
Well, that's a very different question. You didn't ask me that question.
Yeah.
Saruman, let's just say recollections may vary. Yeah. Oh, that line the Queen gave was straight out the Royal Navy's playbook. Recollections may vary. Black Horse. Question, what would have happened if the Norwegians decided to mine their ports before the German invasions, or was there no possibility of that occurring? Actually, the Norwegians do have the potential. They do have the ability to produce mines. They do have vessels which can do that, and you can use fishing boats to do mines. So if the Norwegians had mined their ports and had mined the routes in, so that if you didn't come a specific route, you would get mined, and you'd hit a mine, then probably there'd be a lot of dead Germans. Because the Germans really didn't do a lot of reconnaissance, and whilst they did have some R-class minesweepers, they didn't have that many. And in the tight spaces of the fjord, if you're trying to do a minesweeping operation, you would be number one target for the ship's gun, for any fortress's guns, and it would delay you long enough that they could do something. So yes, the Norwegians, if the Norwegians had actually done the mining operation, then they would have probably had a lot more security. And they had put out some minefields for the war. But they're mostly about protecting their territory, protecting certain routes from interference by various nations, not protecting their ports, which would have been sensible. Because they just carry on laying mines. Just carry on laying them. Night to go, everyone. How quickly would the twin-engined La Newpont LN401 and Brequet BR810 have been obsolete? Depends. How much are they going to invest in upgrading them while they're in service? Because if they leave them alone like the Fulmar was, they're going to be obsolete within a couple of years. If you keep investing in them like the Spitfire was, then the Spitfire is still a very useful aircraft in 1946 as it was in 1939. So that's your problem. The Mosquito. If you think about it, the Mark 20 something Spitfire is very different to the Mark 1 Spitfire. But it's still the Spitfire, but it's been invested and developed in. Again, those aircraft, how quickly would the originals ones have been obsolete? Well, that's going to be not too long. But, yeah. Killerbin, oh cool, we're finally scrapping an SSN. It's taken us a long time. We are finally scrapping one, but it's taken us a long time. We've now worked out the scrapping process, yes.
Couldn't you just crib the notes from the French and Americans at this point?
That would be suggesting you guys are actually any further ahead than us in scrapping them.
Don't we have a bunch of Ohios cut up and shoved into the desert somewheres?
Yes, you've not actually scrapped them, you've just cut them up.
Yes, but we had to comply with the various starts, all right?
Yeah, that's the thing. You've not actually scrapped them, and we had done nothing different either. We just literally parked ours in a port until we worked out how to scrap them. So did the French do the same. There are these old SSNs parked in various ports around the world, or they've had bits cut off them, but the nuclear reactors are fixed. We finally reached the point where we've worked out how to scrap them properly.
We're not just going to beach it in Bangladesh or somewhere, are we?
Killer Bin, no, that means the Russians claim they've scrapped them properly. Please don't get. We're not going to get into the Russians' nuclear submarine scrapping process. We do not want to get into the Russian nuclear scrapping process. Submarine.
Come on, it's fun. I'm sure they've
is-
done everything completely above board and with all the appropriate controls, and there's been no corruption whatsoever.
And I'm
the
sure health and safety was extremely good, especially around the nuclear material.
Yeah, the British. The British have managed to, have managed to do courageous. Has been turned into various things, and yeah, they're slowly getting through them. They're slowly getting through them. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun thing, Killer Ben. It's gonna take a while. Hello, Estrel Garcia, and Mosh Bakur. Should the US be investing in a new generation of seaplanes for the Pacific? Ooh, please make sure that comment goes in when we have that question goes in when we open up the questions again. That'd be an interesting one. I'll look forward to that. Colin Cameron, as it's almost a marching season, and I like to annoy both sides, is it how much help did the Pope give William of Orange navally as part of his support against France? A fair chunk of support, but it was mostly in assisting in. Most of the support was actually in assisting in organising, in putting into contact with people who would lend William money. That's always helpful. I'm not sure if anyone would like a moderately used cooler. Some scratches. Don't get me started on some of the Russian ships and scrapping. Oh, good lord. There is a reason why the Norwegians keep such a close watch on the radiation levels in their ports up north. Thank you, Sea Dodders. That is cool.
That edge highlighting didn't come out too bad.
Don't worry, Gorbin. It'll be picked up in a bit. Steve C. Supply of German and Italian submarines in the Indian Ocean. Were they able to use any Japanese weapons which could be supplied to them?
He thinks no, but
Not really. No.
if mainly for no other reason than the fact that the firing computer inputs are probably not going to mesh.
Some boats even have firing computers. But leaving that to one side,
Listen, I'm trying to assume that my enemy is as high quality as possible. Makes me feel better about myself when I inevitably lose.
The biggest trouble, as the Japanese would tell you, is you get free German U-boats turn up. They're all technically Type 9s. Not one of them has the same requires the same spare parts for their engines. Not all of them have been individualized, because the German submarine program has just as many problems as the tank program.
Are you telling me that the Germans do not know the meaning of standardized parts? Also, if you haven't already, Dr. Clarke, just check the voice chat attached to check the text chat attached to the voice channel that we are in the server. Me, English, I speak it.
You do?
Allegedly.
What a strange thing to claim.
I've been told that it's my worst first language.
I'm still getting over the fact that you have a better first language.
Well, it's also my worst second language. Although technically German would be my worst second language. But I definitely am not even navigational, let alone conversational or fluent.
I'm trying to work out what my best. I think it's probably Hebrew, but there is a bit of me that thinks it was possibly the ancient Greek. Kind of hard to tell. I was very bad at lots of them.
Honestly, the fact that I can even string a coherent sentence together some days is just enough of a miracle, let alone one that's displays any mastery of any language whatsoever.
The human mind is a wonderful thing.
I have one.
It has
think
been
so.
alleged.
We know that Fleet has one, but it's been overwhelmed by Hosh.
Yeah.
He has become part of the Hosh hive mind now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hive mind of 1.5, but it is a
And
hive
please
mind.
note, the reason I was looking at my phone down was I was responding to the message from Runon. And I know it worked out if I went into the chat on here, it would show you the chat, and I presumed it was something private. And I'm just going to say this, Melanie, sorry, we have 6 already. I think that's probably enough to avoid too much confusion. I don't like to normally run more than 6 voices in the chat. These are 6 distinct voices, but there are 6, and it just gets so many people start to complain they're not sure who's speaking.
That's why I use the little reactive icons on my stream.
Yeah.
Streaming.
Killerman, best support the Germans got from the IJM was giving them the Italian boats whose batteries didn't corrode as much. Yeah, it was. Black Horse, when is the next episode you are on Twitch, World of Warships Armchair Admirals? Killerman can probably remember that better than I can, because I know it's this one coming up this month, but I can't remember when it is. I'm fairly sure I'm in it as well. I think there's one for the Battle of Midway, isn't there? It might actually even be this It might actually even be this Friday.
I feel like I can hear the sad Killerman noises from here. And I don't really, realistically, even share a server with him.
Oh, just thanks, Melanie. And yeah, that it's yeah, it'd be fun to have you up here. We'll have to figure this out.
Get here earlier and we can kick Fleet out.
The thing is,
Hey.
I think I'll be able to have more people once I get the whole thing sorted out, where I have your anime models come up, your VTuber sort of style models come up, or I suppose they're PNG tuber models. So you have little sort of graphic images, because I think when there's a collection of different faces which light up when you're speaking, you can have more people, because there's something to visually represent, whereas these bits are a bit small. But they're as big as I can make them.
Actually, let me look at your stream. I don't even know what your stream looks like today.
I think Killerbin has run away. I think Killerman has literally gone, no, I'm running from this one. Ramul. Opinions on the early SPY-1 radar on the Flight 1 Ticonderogas. Do you think it's not a good air warfare radar to the Type 9565 or the Type 102 radar set on the Type 42 and Type 82 class? It's a good radar. It's a good radar. It does have some problems with some of its power settings, in that it is more prone to making FLKs of helicopter pilots who are trying to land their helicopters on the cruiser than most of those helicopter pilots would like. But leaving that to one side, it is a good radar.
Also, Alex, I'm sorry, but you sent me into a tizzy there with your pronunciation of Ticonderoga. You killed me, man. You killed me.
What's wrong with Ticonderoga?
Well, no, it's the way you pronounced it at first. You didn't say Ticonderoga. You said something else.
I said Ticonderoga.
Stop, please.
Ticonderoga.
No, Ticonderoga.
Ticonderoga.
We're not making a conga line over here. I can see Ruin on just. What are we? How did we get here?
Fleet, you can't say anything.
What do you mean I can't say anything?
Fleet, say Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Your magic doesn't work on me anymore.
I just realised for that to work, you have to show him it in written form.
Yes. And therefore you failed. Ha Victory!
Like I've been napping my
Okay,
brain's
all
not
right,
online.
Fleet. Can you
Right.
see the Twitch chat right now?
Yes.
No, I can see the YouTube chat.
All right. Well, keep an eye on the YouTube chat.
I can see both.
Okay. I'm
Right.
looking. I'm looking. Carry on, Alex.
Say those 2 words.
Rappahannock, Potomac.
What? Say that first one again for me.
Rappahannock, Potomac.
Where's the N appeared from?
No, Rappa, not Rappan. I said Rappa.
No, you said
Just
Rapan.
because you have to put that.
You said rapping
Are you a Minecraft villager, Fleet?
You said rapping
No.
in a hammock.
No,
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, you said rap in a hammock.
Yeah. It's Rappahannock.
Rap a
that's what
hammock.
I said.
And no one can gainsay me on that one because I grew up on that river.
Rappahannock. Well, it sounds easy when you say it like that. Don't overthink it.
Ask a Glaswegian to say burglar alarm. Right, that's cool.
It would be like me trying to gainsay a Welshman on how to go anywheres.
Now, Ramol, opinions on the 5-power defence agreement. Do you think the UK can send enough powerful forces to defend the countries that are in the agreement? The whole point was the fleets would work together. Honestly, it used to be a definite yes. These days, I wouldn't be surprised if we could send a cornerstone of those forces if we had to, for the 5-power agreement, if that was necessary, if that was considered what the government wanted to do. But I think conceivably, and the more and more conversations I'm having with people, the more and more I have this feeling that the 2 Dreadnought SSGNs are going to be announced very soon, because they keep talking about getting 12 they need to get to 12 subs, but the thing is, they can't get AUKUS in quick enough to upgrade the lines, and they can't have AUKUS starting any earlier than it's probably going to anyway. So the only way they can upgrade they can upgrade the lines if they're building more boats, and the only boats they're building are Dreadnoughts, and they don't want to build more SSBNs. So it looks more and more like the SSGN Dreadnoughts are going to be the option they go down. In which case, I wouldn't be surprised if the British have a policy of when there's not a carrier deployed in the doing a visit in the Far East, there's going to be an SSGN deployed out there. Because that would be an interesting commitment to the 5-power agreement, and that would also be an interesting thing to have out there. Going, okay, the British have an SSGN sitting somewhere somewhere out there to support the Australians and the Singaporeans.
It'll be a fun game of play kind of swapsies with the deterrent. It's like, now you see us, Queen Elizabeth class carrier.
I honestly, I would be voting for. I would be absolutely not just voting. I would be screaming at politicians to make Warspite one of the SSGNs.
Yes.
I think we can all agree that a ship which has a ship which has a history of firing on its own orders should not have the ICBMs in it.
But also,
Don't upset the machine spirit.
This is the point. I don't want that machine spirit anything near even a submarine launched intercontinental ballistic missile. Okay, I just don't.
For Timu's benefit on Twitch, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the name of the state of which Boston is the capital city is Massachusetts.
And Runon,
Named after the Massachusetts people.
And Runon, both you and Fleet can have a go at pronouncing that word put in there by Paul.
Nope, I'm not
No.
touching that with a 10-foot pole. I know,
No.
I know better than to attempt the impossible.
Listen. My job is to torture you with Native American names or
Flan.
East Coast First Nations names. The British can torture me with the Welsh all they like.
To be fair,
Okay,
Lions,
where's
you
his
would.
name?
It's Paul's put it in the YouTube chat. To be fair, Lions, you deploy a Type 83 out there on the surface as the presence asset, but you have the SSGN out with it as well. So it's a case of there's one you can
It's the Welsh
see
town.
which is doing a deterrence. And there's the one which is somewhere nearby, stacked with a load of tactical land attack missiles. I meant name
Ow.
War Spiders
Okay,
of Type
that
83. It's already been assigned to, I think it's the second or third of the SSBNs. So, yeah, we're not going to... It's too late to do the renaming, sadly enough. It's
You okay,
unlucky at this
Bruno?
point.
Can I just say that? Because I can
That's only part of it,
pronounce
but...
it.
Okay.
Right, Van Vliet Pacific Glowing Glyph.
No.
No. Anyway,
Close.
Nope.
nope.
Not even close.
Not even
Uh,
in
I've
the...
actually heard a
answer
couple...
your
I've
question. To
I've
answer your
heard
question,
someone Welsh
Ja-
speak it.
sorry.
Go on, Rona. You finish.
To answer your question, Dragon, I was shaking a paint pot, and I hit a part of my anatomy which I am not used to having the number of
Ouch.
nerve endings and sensitivity of those nerve endings in at full tilt of shaking this paint pot.
Ouch.
Ow. Mainly because it's not expected.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Pro
So-
kids.
I
So
would
far,
say
best
although-
pronunciation of the Welsh name has been Dan, apparently. Right then, next one.
It's the sound. You don't get it in English.
Yeah.
It's what throws everyone. But you get it in enough other things, including I think my granddad's real name, which was something like Riachmel Dov, which I have no idea how to spell.
I don't think you do. I think that's deep magic.
Anyway, Black Horse. We're moving quickly on to a question from Black Horse. Why are ship's crews, or at least parts of the ship's crews, left on an interned ship like the German High Seas Fleet at the end of World War One, to keep the ship afloat and keep it maintained? And the Royal Navy didn't want to take on the maintenance job.
Yeah, if a ship's interned, it's disabled in a way that's not permanent. So it's basically made unable to leave, and is basically left in the hands of a caretaker crew while the rest of the crew are removed to not prison, because they're not prisoners of war, but they're moved to accommodation within the nation they've been interred.
They're often sent home, even.
Yeah.
They can be sent if it's in the German High Seas Fleet, they can put on boat the ships and sent home.
Yeah. Whereas Graf Space Crew, for example, to do another case of a German ship being which was interred briefly before. Well, no, it wasn't interred actually because it didn't last long enough to be interred.
We have one question left, and we've got 10. Then we open up the questions again. So, Ramul, why didn't the Royal Navy purchase Charles F. Adams class DDGs like the Royal Australian Navy and German Navy did in the Cold War and fit them in British equipment? Do you think the Royal Navy disliked the Adams? No, the Royal Navy built their own ships.
Yeah, that would be a massive blow to domestic shipbuilding in terms of lack of orders. Regardless
More
of how
importantly,
good the ship
it'd also be something which could nearly bring a government down. If you consider how not that long ago a government was almost brought down in the UK by its own backbenchers because they ordered tankers for the fleet from abroad. Tankers, auxiliaries, not even warships. For Britain, building warships domestically is a massive issue. So it's always a massive political issue. So that's never going to happen at this point.
For most of the major navies that the channel covers, ordering ships from foreign shipyards is death on arrival. The only one who has any...
I'm going to leave you this quickly because I think the poodle wants to go garden. Questions
the
are
U.S. are not going to. The U.S. are not going to do it. The British aren't going to do it. The Russians aren't going to do it. The Germans generally aren't going to do it. the Australians technically order from foreign yards, but they typically order from British yards. Same with the Canadians, but the Canadians nowadays are doing far more of their own shipbuilding internally.
Mhm.
The Kiwis order from anybody who they want to buy from. Who they can
And I mean,
afford.
you've also got this even extends to some minor nations, even like the Swedes build all their own ships. The Danes have been getting back into building the Danes have been getting back into building their own warships.
The Danes
Well,
have
I
been
should
building
say
their
the
own
Danes
warships
haven't
for
stopped.
ages. They never really got out of it.
Well, apart from that whole brief incident where Denmark was World War II, but that's a minor hiccup along what's otherwise a nice long series of shipbuilding. Right, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to love you and leave you all because I have to get some sleep this evening. Good night, everybody. Have a good Bruships.
Ciao.
He needs more caffeine.
That poor boy is going to be wrecked by Japan. We're going to have to take care of him. Because it's gonna be a case of whatever. This is the first thing you learn when you go on these ship shape trips. Whatever your normal daily routine is, you're not gonna have it. You're just gonna get up, and each day is gonna be different. Each day is gonna be go, 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 do something different. And
But
yeah,
there will normally be a large breakfast.
there will normally be a large breakfast involved. Yes, because you won't be seeing any food till dinner. Good luck, you're not getting lunch. Oh.
I feel like there is a joke that could be made that's based off of either Catboys and or Twinks, based off of that, but I'm not certain how to make it.
Yeah. Black Horse questions. Are there any surviving
Something
U-class
about
British
something
submarine?
about them getting destroyed.
Yeah, don't go starting on it. Black Horse. Are there any surviving U-class British submarines surviving? Nope. The closest is Lembit, which is a mine layer adaptation design.
Should the British have ordered limbic types?
Yes.
Fair enough.
They had some mine laying submarines. They had them, but they would have. They needed more. They needed more, and it would have just made things so much more interesting for World War II if the British had been like. If the British had had Lembit type vessels operating from Malta, laying mines off Italian ports. Poor Italians have been going, oh, what the frigate? Being a case of the British have attacked Taranto. They managed to get, in the morning they're trying to go out and they realised during the middle of the night mines were laid off Taranto. There are like 4 strings of mines laid by 4 different boats. I know it's bedtime, but you've not been called yet, so stay. Poodles.
Does he want to stay or does he want go?
Oh, he wants to go to bed, but no, he can't because he's not been called yet.
Fair enough.
He'll be picked up. But yeah. What if in the US Navy, when the US Navy launched the USS South Carolina and her sister ships, they all became USS New York class battleships? How would Britain react? Let's see. USS South Carolina. BB-26. I'm gonna go for, and they all became USS New York. USS New York. So kind of like Texas. Because New York and Texas were the sisters, weren't they? Yeah, they are. Well, basically the question is, what happens if a ship launched in 1908 to commission 1910 became a copy of a ship launched in 1912 and commissioned in 1914? So basically, you've got a 4-year skip in American battleship production. Well, I can tell you now, if the Americans jump straight from what had been 12-inch gun ships to 14-inch gun ships at that point, then, as I said earlier when I was asked this question, in the nicest way, the Royal Navy is laying down as quickly as they can vessels with bigger guns because they're in a tech race with the Germans and with the Americans and with the Italians, etc. So the interesting thing is they possibly even jumped the 13.5-inch guns, because I'm just thinking when they are laid down, it's the Orions which are the first of them. So the Orion class are laid down built between 1909, are launched in 1910, August 1910. So yeah, I think, judging by the South Carolina class, they're launched in 1908. Yeah, the Orions don't get 13.5-inch guns. They either get if they get what's available, what they can get most quickly available, which is probably going to be the Orions jump straight to 15-inch, because the British aren't going to want to launch behind the Americans.
Or the British will finally listen to the Vickers 14-inch salesman.
No, because that would be matching the Americans. Because the Americans have jumped to 14-inch.
What if they go for a longer gun?
Doesn't British don't, and the length of gun only matters to naval officers. It doesn't matter to headline writers and politicians.
At best, you maybe could, if you had like 12, if you had a lot more of the gun, but even then, it's still same caliber, not quite as impressive.
And it's the thing is, yeah, it would basically be you would see probably the British would do either an informal or formal competition between Vickers and Armstrong, with Ellswick Ordnance Works probably taking a lead in it, of who can produce a 15-inch gun that quickly enough. And so, yeah, the Orions will be 15-inch guns. The interesting thing is, what does that then produce in for a jump in terms of eventually to the Queen Elizabeth class? And, of course, for the Germans, because traditionally they jumped from 11-inch to 12-inch when the British jumped to 13.5-inch. Jumping to 12-inch will not be enough for them to face off against 15-inch. So they're probably
going to... QEs get 16.5s?
Well, that's going to depend. When do the Americans jump to 16-inch? That's the thing, is, did the Americans jump to 16-inch earlier then in this scenario? In which case, the Queen Elizabeth might well be, the British might well try and jump ahead with the 16-inch 5s. It's going to be an interesting scenario for the British. It definitely would be. And also, you have to remember, the South Carolinas are some pretty cool ships, but there are only 2 of them. But if the South Carolinas onwards are 14-inch armed battleships equivalent to the Texas class, well, yeah, they know that's going to boost things up. Historically, the 14-inch gun doesn't come in till, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm just checking, I'm just doing the checklist, it doesn't come in till the New Yorks. So basically, you're skipping 8 12-inch gun battleships straight to 14-inch. And then the New Yorks come along and they get 14-inch right up until they get to the 16-inch ones, and it's, yeah, it's going to accelerate the tech race, because it's going to be the first time the Americans have jumped ahead of the British in terms of the guns, and the British aren't going to want that to happen again. So there's honestly a scenario whereby I see the British actually skipping even 16.5-inch and trying to go for 18-inch.
Let's all just take a moment to think of Warspite with the guns of Yamato.
Where do the Americans usually have the edge in the tech race?
Electrical propulsion, and the fact is that it sort of alternates out. So the British jump to 13.5, the Americans jump to 14. The British jump to 15. The Americans jump to 16. So the British were considering jumping to 16.5, but probably were going to jump to 18 because, let's be honest, turning around to someone and going, well, you got 16, I've got 16.5. That doesn't really sound like a boast, does it? That sounds like you're, oh, look, my pinky finger's a bit longer than yours. That makes me cooler.
Almost of, haha, we've slightly outdone you.
Yeah, it's just, whereas, oh yeah, we've jumped to 18. Yeah, 18 to 16. That sounds like a decent, sort of decent thing. So that's the basic. But basically, it alternated, and that's how it had. So usually the Americans do have a slight edge. They jump past the British guns because they do 2-inch jumps. The British do 1.5-inch jumps, and the British do 1.5-inch jumps because they are trying to keep up a higher pace of construction and a higher pace of building, and because of it fitting in with the rest of the fleet for more.
So Britain gets the 18-inch gun before the Americans do.
They did.
What happened? Yeah, but does the Americans decide to go 20, or do they realize that's a stupid idea? Like, at what point does the calibers become so?
Oh,
It
20.
entirely depends
Yeah,
upon who is
like-
sitting upon the House Appropriations Committee.
Yeah.
Like, I'd still see them
in the
trying
nicest way,
20.
that's what it's going to depend against, because the Navy will probably scream until they're blue in the face that a 20-inch gun is going to actually hurt their combat capability if that's going to be their mainline gun. But if there is somebody who has a big enough ego or wishes to, for lack of any better phrasing, compensate badly enough, they can push through, as a politician, an order for a 20-inch gun.
The really interesting thing is, at what point do the triple turrets come in for the British? Because at a certain point, once you get big enough guns, triple turrets become necessary to make them work.
And there's also the limitation the British will hit with the need to be able to dock their ships everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Although I feel like the money to upgrade those port facilities is not going to be too hard to get if there's a very aggressive tech race going on between Washington and London.
Yeah, at a certain point, the British are doing it in cycles of every 6 years anyway, so the British aren't so much worried about that. That's part of the parcel of it, but one of the things you will have with this, because there's a jump in size as well as the British might accelerate that and might actually go even bigger than we planning, which might mean that hood scale facilities become the norm, starting from about 19. Because you have to remember, the infrastructure upgrade program starts in 1910, and the next one was scheduled for 1916. And then the one after that was scheduled for 1922. And the 1961 was, of course, not done because of World War II. And 1922 one wasn't done, again, because of recovering from World War I. And 1961 wasn't done because of World War I. And so that's the problem. Whereas if in 1910 you suddenly got these things coming out, then suddenly your cycle is going to be that much bigger. Thanks, Paul.
I mean, it's going to be fun times. It could be a good time to be in the waterproof cement business.
Oh, it will be. It will be a very good time to be in that. Next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the USN on December 10th, 1941 suddenly found all their destroyers had become Sumner-class destroyers? I think they're quite happy with that. I don't think they're going to be... Again, because if you think about this, the Sumner's a relatively modern class of destroyer. And a very capable class of destroyer in many ways. They're built from 1943 onwards historically, so they're late war destroyers. The thing is... the big advantage is going to be you're going to replace all the 4 stackers. All their older destroyers are going to get replaced by these as well. Now,
did the 50 for the bases get changed?
The problem is, I would say, is that yes, you'd be changing all their destroyers in 1940. So everything they have in 1941, so not the 50 for the bases, get changed to these destroyers. They got 10 21-inch torpedo tubes. They've got depth charge racks, K-gun, depth charge throwers, and lots of Bofors, AA, lots of Hurricanes, and lots of 5-inch. If you've suddenly got your entire fleet is made up of these things, you're not going to be sad. It's not as capable as some of your Fletchers, but it's going to mean all your older Wicks, all your older Four Stackers, all your old destroyers are suddenly going to be a lot better. So on aggregate, your fleet is going to be massively far more better capable. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the Summoners aren't the best destroyers you build during the war, but they are good middle-of-the-road destroyer, and they're a lot better than your older vessels, which are 20, 30 years old when the war begins. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the USA in 1918, having been fed up with Congress's lack of funding, requested the 4 Bayerns alongside the Flinger in the Armistice Agreement? I don't think all 4 Bayerns were completed. I think there's like 3 completed of the Bayern class, or maybe 2.
I thought it was only 2.
I think it's only 2. I think one's pretty much a Hulk. So, you know, the thing is, they'd have to be completed by... Yeah, they're cancelled prior to completion. Both the Sachsen and the Württemberg have been launched, but neither's been commissioned.
Dr.
Yeah?
Clarke, looks like we got about another 30 in the queue. You want to close it?
I should have closed it.
Okay.
Should have closed.
Nope, that's not going to work on my side.
But yeah, if they get them, the Royal Navy has to allow. But if they get them, that is also going to the British are going to look at you and go, okay, they don't fit with the rest of your fleet. Good luck. That's going to annoy you. They're going to be a nightmare, a maintenance nightmare, etc. And it's suddenly going to change also the whole context of the Washington Naval Treaty, because the British are going to be looking at the Americans going, well, you're studying the Germans now intently, and their latest, you want to study the latest. You've got to get the British to agree in handing them over. And let's be honest, Bayern was scuttled at Scapa Flow on 21st of June 1919. Baden is sunk as a target in August 1921. If you get them, if you actually do get Bayern and Baden, and the British are going to want something out of you at Washington, if not at Versailles. You're going to have to be part of Versailles to get them, which the Americans weren't, and you're going to have to be part of. And the Washington Naval Treaty, you are if you do actually get the British to sign up and join it, then the British are probably going to expect a lot more than both Nelson and Rodney. The British are probably going to demand more. They are going to use the existence of those ships and your acceptance of those ships as a reason to demand more. So you're talking at least 2 more, probably Nelrod-esque ships to the British. And the British might even go, we'll agree that 2 will be built with 15-inch guns because you've got 2 with 15. Your 2 German ships are 15-inch guns. And then the British end up with 2 Nelrods and 2 F3s, probably. In which probably they're called Anson and Howe. That is probably it. It's probably Nelson, Rodney, Anson, and Howe. And Anson and Howe will be the F3s. Now, the British would quite like that. The USN might not like it. Because the USN has just got these older ships that are really not that good for what they need them to do. Are an absolute, which they're going to have to rebuild the entire engines of. To study, learn stuff off, and use, and it's a design which is not going to give them anything. And also, under that scenario, you probably have to change some of the tonnage agreements for Washington Naval Treaty. It'll be fun. It will be fun. What if the Americans in 1930 started constructing mine-laying alongside their Gato-class submarines earlier? If the Americans start constructing lots of mine-laying subs and Gato-class earlier, then they're better prepared for World War II. It probably does have an impact on something that the British are considering, because they often look at the Americans as interesting ideas. It's going to have an impact on the Japanese. But honestly, yeah, if you have that level of submarine advance earlier, it's going to make you better prepared for World War II, but it's not going to fix the Mark 14 issue. It's just going to give you mine-laying submarines as a capability to offset the torpedoes.
Although that could make Philippines more interesting,
Oh yeah.
especially if those submarines are deployed with, at least to my mind, any brains and forward deployed to Philippines. If they're only forward deployed to Pearl, then it's going to be kind of a, okay, great. Why?
If they're not in the Philippines, that's going to be a problem. But there again, a nice way, if they're in the Philippines, they could go and cause so much trouble mine-laying submarines. Going from the Philippines and then retreating back to somewhere else, they could put mines off the home islands. The Japanese could be watching their warships coming home from Pearl Harbor, their carriers, and they could go straight into a minefield.
Honestly, I would start asking the question of, can they buy MacArthur enough time to stop malfunctioning and retreat to Bataan?
I don't think anything can do that. Ramal, why didn't the Royal Navy adopt the Mark 45 5-inch gun on their ship, since the Mark 45 is owned by BAE? I do think it's the most available anti-drone weapon the USN has. It's a very capable weapon. It can certainly deal with drones to a certain extent. But why didn't the British adopt it? Because the British have been keeping with the 4.5 for a long time, and then when they finally are going with the 5-inch, it's going in the Type 26s. And if I'm not mistaken, the Type 26, what are they getting? It's kind of like we don't have the Mark 41. We don't have the Mark 41 VLS, but that's they only just got the Mark 41 VLS, which is owned by BAE as well. But it's BAE America, and they are getting the Mark 45. So yeah, the British that's going on a Type 26. Basically, the reason the British haven't had it now is we've stayed loyal to our own 4.5. But hey ho.
It's also an easier shift for your logistics train to stay with a 4.5-inch gun versus jumping to a 5.
Yeah, but we are now shifting. Now we are.
To be fair, we've got so now we don't have much of a logistics train. Depressingly.
Listen, I'm trying to be nice, Dan. I'm trying to be nice to a country which I hope will host my queer keister at some point in this year. So,
Just remember, we're British.
And just remember, Dan has a spare bedroom. I don't yet. Dan does.
That's not an argument I'm getting into right now.
And from experience, can be bribed with the offer of food.
I can cook if I have the brain cells to do it. So I am not becoming Dan's. I am not becoming Dan's live-in wife, however.
that would not be an expected thing. But yes, I do have. Yes, I can generate a spare room. It just.
Why do you say generate slightly concerning?
Well, it's currently the laundry room.
Right. So we don't have to worry about you using like 5th level spell slots.
No.
Only 4th or 3rd.
No. He uses those at work to make himself look even better than he already does.
That probably doesn't require that higher level spell either. Paul Emmas, nice to everyone. Would I be right to think that if British built the Japanese destroyers, they'd not use 25mm Type 96 AA and the Type 93 Long Lance torpedoes? Probably not. If they did have access to long lance torpedoes, I could have seen them using them. They'd like them. The British wouldn't say no to long lance. But I don't think there's any circumstance where the British would drop their 20mm or 40mm pom-poms for the 25mm Type 96. I don't. I seriously don't. If they could replace the Vickers quad mount machine guns, possibly. But that's about it. It's kind of like the Americans. If you ask them if they can replace the 1.1 inch, they'll look at you and go, "What with?" And you get then before you even say that, they'll go, "Yes, anything's better than this gun." Ramul, opinions on the Moskva-class helicopter carrier. Why do you think the ship is too unstable, and do you think it's the most well-armed helo carrier in the Cold War? I don't think it is the most well-armed helicopter carrier in Cold War. I think the Italians beat that. And on the Moskva-class, why do I think the ship's too unstable? If I was going to be honest, looking at design, I'd say they have too much weight too high up in the hull. The weight, the hull seems to be, and this apparently the stability gets worse as they use a fuel up, because their fuel storage is all quite low in the hull, and they have a lot of systems and a lot of heavy systems quite high up in the hull, and a very high superstructure compared to the beam and the length of the hull, and all those things do not make for a stable design.
Did they do a Hunt class?
No, they did worse than a Hunt class. The Hunt class was a scaling issue. Black Horse.
Did they do a Fourth Fleet incident?
Yes, they did. Black Horse. Do you know James Holland? And if so, have you worked with him? I know him in that I've met him at conferences and met him I think it's at Chalk Valley. I've met him, and have I worked with him? Not directly. Is the answer that I give. We have worked on similar. I think we've worked on similar projects, but I haven't worked with him on those projects. If that makes sense. Seneca, what World War II Navy would you like to serve in, given you know you will survive? I don't drink, so as much as I'd like to serve in the Royal Navy, I'd probably pick the US Navy because I get ice cream. Because I like ice cream, but I don't like. I'm not too keen on. I don't drink alcohol. But there again, the Royal Navy has better sausages.
So technically, you could be a quadruple amputee and still classify as surviving. So I'm going to go with what? The Spanish, maybe the Portuguese. Essentially, the least active navy that's still called a navy during World War II.
Why would you choose the Spanish, though? You're probably going to end up wrecking yourself.
I want to have some fun. In the nicest way, I would either go Royal Navy or US Navy, and as much as I'd love to be destroyers, I would probably end up in the cruisers. I know where I ended up.
Just don't do the career trajectory of some of Glenn Stewart's main characters, okay? he has an annoying habit of just taking these people who lose their entire units and then being like, yes, I have sufficiently traumatized you now for the main character slot. I'm sensing a pattern across 2 series.
I have talked about this with him. Yeah, I wouldn't mind ending up in carriers. I could end up in ship design. If I had my current knowledge, I would end up in ship design. And if it would be Royal Navy, I would literally be going... you would be amazed at how quickly the Royal Navy's designs would turn into multi-class. For their aircraft carriers. You'd be amazed at how...
Isn't working.
You'd be amazed at how quickly the Royal Navy's carriers would turn into multis.
So I found out why my ads message isn't working.
Why?
You kind of have to have the bot running for the ads message to work.
What I would say with The thing is about ships, and this is a point to both Runon and Glyn. On ships, it depends whether you live or not, which side of the bulkhead you are, and you're very unlikely to end up a quadruple amputee on a ship, because if you get sustained that much damage, you're probably the wrong side of the bulkhead, and you probably aren't gonna live.
Okay, well, to Glenn's point, he's got one guy that gets barbecued by a near miss from one of his wingmen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then gets demoted to captain.
Yes, because he can no longer be a starfighter pilot.
Yeah. Well, no.
Carry
he gets
out
demoted to
carry out
X, he gets demoted to XO.
Yeah.
Then his captain gets barbecued by a radiation containment failure, which, if you've read that and you've had any type of like NFPA 70 training, i.e. arc flash training, and I sent Glenn a message to this effect, that is a concerningly accurate rendition of what happens when somebody is exposed to a high radiation energy event.
What can I say? Glyn does great research. Glyn does absolutely flawless research.
Yeah, I've seen too many training videos to know that, oh yes, when you have a lightning bolt of that much heat go off in your face, that's what you look like afterwards. Who knew?
Yeah.
Yep. As someone who's done railway training, yep.
And then I'm not even going to get started on his subordinates. Then in the other one, it's
his entire fighter wing gets pretty much annihilated, that he's a pilot in, to the fact that there's only another handful of survivors, and then he has
to survive knowing that he fired the last shot in a genocide.
Yeah,
and then he has his first independent command after that mission gets broken functionally in half.
Yeah. And he thinks at that point he also thinks he's the closest thing he has to a significant other has died as well while that's going on.
Been scattered across the system that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Glenn's like, yes, I have made this, as some people that I watch say, I have made this Blorbo. Trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Ay.
Smacko, what do you mean by which?
Yeah, negative. Would you least like to serve in?
Least like to serve in. Oh, would I least like to?
IJN.
Yeah. That was terrible. And this question is what do you mean by? And this is a question. Just on chat. What do you mean by which side of the bulkhead? If you're dealing with navies, especially, you will realize that if you are one side of the bulkhead and the explosion goes off, you are caught in a confined space with an explosion. The odds of you surviving that are very high. If you're the other side of the bulkhead, you might get shock damage, but you probably don't get much. You probably survive. Unless it's the kind of explosion which is going to rip into that bulkhead, in which case you probably don't survive. But the person who's the other side of the next bulkhead probably does.
Melanie, there is no commercially available flash protection which will keep you safe from 100 calories per square centimeter.
Mm-hmm.
The max that is available is 40 cal and 40 calories per square centimeter. And that is functionally equivalent to putting on a bomb suit minus the hard ballistic plates.
Mm-hmm. And Sedekanera's question is, why the IGN? Because if you want to be treated like an absolute piece of you join the IJN. You will literally be, in the nicest way, the crew comforts were never heard of in terms of the IJN.
Yeah. Unless you are an officer, the IJN is not the place you want to be.
Even officers do not get that great of treatment. Anyway.
Certainly not the place I want to be. And then you're also fighting the combined might of the U.S. and British fleets, which is... No.
No. Moshsaw, should the US be investing in a new generation of seaplanes for the Pacific? Now, logistically, I could actually see an advantage to this for the island for island hopping campaigns and supporting it, but it would be interesting to see how it would come about. But it could be a useful way of also managing to be how do I put this? It could be a useful thing to have for operations in the Pacific and in other areas, because you don't need to set up an airbase, and so it's a case of functionally you can have forward operating bases you can sustain with you just got some vehicles parked and hidden on the island, and the stuff no one can destroy your runway because your runway is the water. But at the moment they haven't gone down that route. They prefer tanking and fuels and support of aircraft, etc. But it's an interesting thing to go down, and logistically it would, if you could have large enough ones they could do logistical support, i.e. a Hercules-style aircraft which could land on water and take off. Maybe even an adaptation of a Hercules. That would probably be quite useful.
PBY Mark 7?
Tempting.
It would certainly make sense, because isn't there the US Marine concept for kind of deploying to islands and things, in which case it'll be brilliant, because the island may well not have the space for a runway. And you could bring the stuff to there, and worst case scenario, kind of pop it out onto Mexifloats or something to then float the stuff ashore or whatever. But it could work quite nicely.
I'm starting to wonder if Smuckers is also Melanie 16040, because they keep putting in the same comments on YouTube as Melanie does on Twitch as well. Smuckers is on Twitch and Melanie's on 1640.
I know the answer, but I've also gotten yelled at for something similar, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut at this time.
Melanie said she is.
Okay.
I
was about to say, by saying that, Ronan, you've kind of confirmed their suspicions.
Yeah.
This is a time where it probably would have been better just to stay quiet.
Gorbian, you somehow found yourself in the court of Alexander the Great before he invades Persia. How advanced of a fleet can you build for him, given your knowledge and the tech at the time? Tech at the time, etc. Now, so probably I could get up to Quinca Marines armed with a version of Greek fire, going off one of Drax's recipes and trying until I recreate the stuff which works. Quinca Marines, and Greek fire would probably be it.
Could you get the sails? But do you want the sails? Best thing you could do is potentially navigation stuff.
Navigation stuff. That'd be helpful, yes. Navigation stuff, but also you could do some sails. Interesting Lantine sails approach. So they'd be Quinca Marines, but they'd have 3 masts and Lantine sails on them, probably. Knowing me and how I'd approach it.
Would you also have large banks of catapults and be able to produce a broadside?
I don't think functionally that would be my fighting profile, but I might go for something which could chuck Greek fire, pots of Greek fire, yes, but do I need multiple of them? I might do, I might not.
Did we skip over the... Yeah, I guess we did. Okay, whoops. Well, we didn't skip over it, I just was focused on what I was doing. Okay.
More sure. When would you have the biggest marginal value? The biggest marginal value is when you can, when you are able to when you are able to use that mass produce that technology volume. So probably the biggest value for most people nowadays, if they went back in time, in terms of let's say most naval historians in today, would probably be some point in the 1900s, because that's when you can make the biggest value with the existing tech and the biggest evolutions, because steam boilers, all these things are sort of mature technologies that they are refining. So they already understand the principles of. So you could basically get them to do small tube boilers earlier. You can get them to do maybe hollow shafts, hollow propeller shafts, etc. earlier. You could get them to do all sorts of things earlier that could produce better engines and better ships. In nicest way,
I do not have the knowledge
you do
to
not
be
want to be in a
useful.
world where I have been in charge of the Royal Navy from 1900, because the British Empire will still rule the world.
Well,
Maybe
will.
I do want to be.
solar system.
Oh, we might well have got on
Solar-
that far. But it's very, in a nicest way, the Royal Navy, by the time World War One, where if World War One breaks out and the Royal Navy's involved in it, will have functioning aircraft carriers, and its battleships will be armed with something in the region of at least between 15 and 18, 16.5-inch guns in triple turrets.
I have not heard of Oberon, Melanie. However, it is. I'm trying to remember back to my training and what the overall threshold was. I know 40 cal has stuck in my head for a reason. I don't believe that the FRs I wear as my uniform are 40 cal. I think they're 20 cal rated.
So keep well away from the high energy juice, okay, Runon? We like you. Live.
Essentially, I guess the nicest way to put it is that if you are wearing an FR uniform, a flash resistant uniform, that is really only meant to try and save your bacon against an incidental arc flash that you were not expecting to occur based on the situation that you were in. Any time where you expect a arc flash to occur, you need to get your hood on, you need to get your helmet on, visor, gloves. You need to go more towards that category 2 or category 3. I think it's category 3 level of protection. And ideally, you need to be asking yourself, is what you're doing really worth it? Because this is a good way to not go home at the end of the day.
Yeah. Knight 681 question. If the USS Omaha class were like the British Emerald class cruisers and the Pensacola's were like the British Canny class cruisers in design, how does that change US cruiser designs? Well, if the US go down the twin turret route for their heavy cruisers, they might keep with that. So you might see them continue on with the twin guns route rather than going to triples, because they end up going to 3 triples quite early on. And the triples and twins sort of route. So, if they go with the 8 guns, if they accept 8 guns and slightly more armor, then they are building something which is more a light cruiser than a scout cruiser. So it would give them a better base from which to build eventually their heavy cruisers, and actually would give them cruisers which are actually better for the cruiser role they find themselves doing than the one they're built with. As for the Omaha class being like the Emeralds, well, functionally that probably makes the British more worried about them, and honestly the British might build more cruisers under the Washington Treaty. Honestly, you could see if the Americans have better Omahas, basically, i.e. Emerald equivalent Omahas, then the British are going to build more light cruisers, because light cruisers are a presence mission, and it's status. This is the strange thing people sometimes don't seem to realize with tech races. Tech races aren't competing for war advantage, they're competing for presence and status advantage. Which is one reason why they don't have the same heat. When you're in a quantitative race, you're competing for having the numerical edge. When you're in a qualitative race, you're building the numbers you need for your operations, and people know that. What you're in is who has the better one. So basically, it's the difference between, look, I have a fancier car than you. You don't tend to get into a fight over that. You tend to go buy a better car or do something to upgrade your existing car so it looks cooler than their car, and you're in that competition of status. Whereas a quantitative race is, look, I brought 20 friends to this party. Do you really want to muck around? And the other guy going, oh, don't worry, I bought 24. There's the difference. One has heat in it. The other one is about ego and potentially showing off to everyone else around you about how brilliant you are. Steve Rutherford. Question. A 30,000-ton Invincible class carrier in 1970s, plus it becomes a Commonwealth program, UK 3, Canada 2 and Australia 2, with a complementary destroyer and SSK design. I'm going to guess what happens. Well, if it's a 30,000-ton Invincible class design, then that's a far bigger vessel. And it's got a far better air group. Also, if you've got 7 of them built, I don't see Britain just getting 3. Britain probably gets 4 and probably builds the other ones for Canada and Australia. The reason I would suggest Britain would get 4 on that, is because it would be made cheaper. And also that would sit into a Britain building one for Britain, then building one for Canada, then building one for Britain, then building one for Australia, then building one for, sort of thing like that, which would make the British government feel very happy. It would also probably come with them all buying Harriers and Sea Harriers and probably other things. And if there's a complementary destroyer, probably something like the Type 82s going along with them, yeah, you have a very capable little force built up. It's not going to be the same as the American force, but you've suddenly got an interesting complement to in terms of carrier capability. And you've also, if that's in if they're sort of in the 1970s and they've got a good building program like that, it's going to have an impact on the Falklands War, because you're probably dealing with a carrier, an Invincible class, which can take an extra squadron of Harriers. So it'd probably be able to carry something like 24 Harriers and 18 Sea Kings, which makes it a very different beast to fight. And I think someone else is stretching up to speak, because I heard noises there.
But
No?
do you hear voices?
It's coming from the Dan direction.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember kind of the size of the historical one, but yeah, I'd agree that I think if you're going for the 7, you're going to get more than 7, if that makes sense, because
the carriers themselves are 22,000 tons, so if they're now 30,000 tons, they've gone up by more than a third in displacement and size.
Yeah, and then you've also, but once you go for 7, the costs will be dropping. So I could see Australia getting 3, Britain 4 or 5, and Canada, I want to say 4, because they have East Coast, West Coast, and they can have kind of one up, one down that way. It won't be perfect, but it'll kind of work for them. The Aussies probably want the 1 availability, and with 5, Britain could
guaranteed 2 available at any one point.
Exactly, which in the 70s, if you start coming off the idea of the Cold War lasting only kind of 72 hours, if it goes hot, before everyone just nukes everything, and you actually do need to keep the Atlantic open, you want to have that availability, because it could go down sufficiently quickly that you can't surge some of your ships out of maintenance. Then destroyer, it's going to be the Type 82, it's going to be the Bristol class, but done properly, because they realised, I can't remember the exact timeline as to when they realised that she was going to be a one-off and she wasn't going to have all the other stuff she was supposed to play with, and decided to just use her to try and test out new technologies and things. But you'll get that.
Well, the
And
thing is, she's
you're-
already sort of a Commonwealth design because she is armed with Icarus until 1984, so she has the Australian anti-submarine launch anti-submarine sort of missile. She also carried the Mark 10 Limbo AS mortar.
Yeah.
She had Sea Dart Sam.
Yeah.
You know, quite a, you know, she was quite a capable little quite a little sort of thing. Realistically, especially if she's operating with them, she doesn't. If you've got a couple of them per carrier, you can argue they don't need more than a flight deck. They don't need a hangar because they're operating with a carrier, and that is of course what they were built for.
But the other thing is, again, I mean, so I've said let's build 10 of these carriers, even if we're just building 7, and you want to have 2 of these anti-air escorts each. So that's between 14 and 20 of those. Yes, you're going to build the initial batch of Type 82s, but then you're going to come onto a batch 2, and then you can start working in changes. So if you want to add a flight deck in and a hangar, you can.
Yeah.
And you can start doing things like that with another one once you've already started getting the hulls in the water, so you have the core capability of the air defense. You're going to end up with 3, I reckon 3 generations of the Type 82. The SSK, that's tricky because by that stage, Britain are building some good SSNs because you've got the Churchill Conqueror and t'other one.
Yeah, but in terms of SSKs, you're you probably are looking at there's either the Oberons. We're talking Oberons upholders realistically. In terms of the constructions, and if you consider the upholders are laid down in the 1980s, the Oberons are laid down between 1957 and 1978. So it's going to be the sort of one of the in-between designs from the Oberons to the upholders.
Yeah, I mean, the question, I guess, is, are you wanting? Because in the 70s, are you that worried about the Chinese and their submarines or anything?
You worry about the Chinese, but not necessarily their submarines. You are worried about their force structure as a whole.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
I'd say
I find submarines of that generation very, very hard to get my head round, and that's despite having spent really quite a lot of time in the gorgeous one in Sydney.
I would say that's of course I think is Onslow, isn't it, in Sydney?
Yeah, I think so. I keep
that's
on getting them mixed up.
It's one of the Oberon class, and I think honestly, I would say you get more of them built. You probably would end up with at least 5 in the Royal Navy. I would say at least 3 for the Aussies, and I would say probably 3 for the Canadians as well. Simply because whilst they would technically probably want 1 or 2 for each coast, their government would probably skimp on it.
Yeah.
They would skimp. And they'd basically have 2 for the East Coast and 1 for the West Coast. And basically the idea would be when the West Coast one is out of action, then one of the East Coast ones goes around to cover for it. Or something like that. But that would still mean you'd end up with 11 ships. If they each get a pair of Type 83s, then that's 22 Type 83s, and it probably is going to be a batch of 8 and another batch of 8 and then a batch of 6, maybe another batch, maybe a third batch of 8 built for so that they're divided up, with probably Britain getting about 12 and the others getting 6 each, probably. And in terms of SSKs, well, if you've got an SSK design produced between the Oberons and the Upholders,
I mean, I think it's going to be very good.
they're going to be good boats, but it's going to be interesting to see how much of a Collins requirement as an Upholder requirement they have built into them. But they're interesting to see. And they probably get you probably actually be surprised. It'd probably be the British would get less of those, and the British would probably be kind of like the Oberons, where the British there's 27 of them built, and the Royal Navy ends up with about half of them, and the rest are divided between the others. Between the other power, sort of fairly evenly.
Do you think they might end up making two different SSKs? A very long range one, and a shorter range.
No, they all need all these three need long range ones, because the British want an SSK which can, if necessary, operate in Special Forces role right up into the Arctic Circle. The Canadians need one which can go from one side of Canada to the other underwater, if necessary, and the Australians need one which is the Collins of long range. So, yeah, they'd all be quite long range SSKs.
So to do that entire transit underwater, aren't they going to need to either go under the ice cap or go all the way around the tip of South America?
No, they are going to have to go underneath the ice cap, but they basically have to have ice breaking facilities so they can crack through fin bits to get their air and sort things out. SSKs often hang around at the edges of the ice pack and the fringe bits, and they chart their way through.
It's the damn pink squidgy thing. Well, pink on the inside, pinky red on the inside at least.
You haven't seen me after 15 minutes in the sun, have you?
Okay. Anyway.
Once we peel the skin off, the with all these requirements, like, oh, I need to breathe air.
No, it's not the humans which are the trouble. It's the diesel electrics. They might even go for AIP. I'm just sending my mum a picture of the poodle because she's going, is he resting? And I'm going, yes, he is.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also how, with fleets that big, you're suddenly going into kind of the 80s and everything else with just that much more mass.
Oh yes, the Falklands War gets interesting.
Well, it's not even that. It's just where you end up later, because you just have the mass and you have the people and everything for all of them.
Well, what's interesting again is if the Invincibles get turned into, there's also an amphibious warfare variant produced, which is specifically built around carrying troops and all that stuff as well. It's a helicopter carrier. And does it then end up turning into an LHD design and become an ongoing thing where they're just producing these hulls and they turn into an LPH and then turn into an LHD, and they're all getting variations of these hulls and a certain number of them, and it could be an interesting program to have running. Now, Stafford Thompson, you've asked the question of who is more likely to build a modern heavy cruiser, the USN or the Plan, People's Liberation Army Navy. Either one of them produces it, the other one will soon produce an equivalent. But I would say
they claim to be an equivalent.
I don't think you're going to get something called a heavy cruiser or a light cruiser. You might end up with something called a cruiser though, but it's going to be a 20,000 plus ton. Sadly enough, I don't, Paul. The Falklands War would still happen with the Invincibles because the Argentinians were very hung up on the idea of what a proper carrier is, and without a proper carrier, the British were unlikely to get involved, was their theory. That's the trouble. The interesting thing again is if you have that many carriers being produced, then the airborne early warning version of the Sea King suddenly becomes something which is a multi-nation thing and might well have been bought before pre-war. And that could have a massive impact on any sort of Falklands War scenario. Because you actually have airborne early warning. It might also produce several people suddenly start having a shock over it and its capabilities. Because they'll go, but it's not as good as Hawkeye. No, but it's good enough. That's the thing. It's not as good as Hawkeye. No one's claiming it is, but it's good enough.
And it's on my flight deck, whereas Hawkeye isn't.
Yeah. Do you know what it's better than? Nothing.
Yes.
Better than nothing.
Lions, how many medium-sized trees would it take to replace Dr. Clarke's book collections? Don't ask that. Yes. The trees might be upset. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1914 all the gem battleships become Bayern-class battleships and production facilities switch to maintaining handling Bayerns, like gun production, shipyards, dry docks? The Royal Navy is very annoyed, and if in 1914 that happens, that means that all the R's are being completed, and as battleships, and Agincourt's probably being completed as a battleship, and the British are probably crash ordering another set of battleships beyond them. Because they can do.
The British are currently trying to work out if they have enough decent R names to just go for a second batch of 8.
No, they'll just.
Or if they need to think of a different name for them.
No. It'll literally they'll shift to. Well, historically they shifted to admirals anyway, so they'd either shift to admirals or they go A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S class.
Those would be named after saints.
No. At no point would the Royal Navy name battleships after saints. Here is the problem. Every time someone brings this up, I go, in the nicest way, they think the Royal Navy is going to name a ship after St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland, when Ireland's just gone independent. No.
Or just two.
The Royal Navy's named like 2 ships in its history after St. George. St. Anne, well, maybe slightly more than that, but it's very rare they actually do. The other ones, they've been very small ships historically. Very, very small ships. St. Patrick... Yeah, the interesting thing is when you say St. David, no, it's just not going to happen, and it sounds in a nice way for the Royal Navy of that era. That sounds too popish, too and they don't mean popish as in they're anti-Catholic. They mean popish as in something the French or the Spanish would do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a particular. What's the right way of putting it? It's a bigotry, but it's not. It's against almost a philosophy, I think.
It's not so much a bigotry as they define themselves as in their naming convention as not being Spanish or Italian. Those are the people they take ships off, not they build ships in emulation of.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, we are still to this day a Christian country, and a Protestant one, which doesn't particularly favour saints.
Yeah.
So, and like, yeah, it gets icky, and yeah, it's not very arse.
The Royal Navy do admiral names.
George is Turkish and a patron saint of a rather large number of places in Germany.
Yeah, the Royal Navy were on their admiral naming aim and naming shtick at that point. That's what they'd be. They'd have been Nelson, Rodney, Anson, Howe for the G freeze, and the N freeze would have continued on with that. Paul Emmas, what would the last battle cruiser built be excluding the Kirovs and Vanguard? Well, that you've asked me for a battle cruiser 2 words, not a battle cruiser 1 word. Could the Type 83 be upgraded? No, it wouldn't be a battle cruiser. It would not be a battle cruiser. And what would the last battle cruiser built? Not one battle cruiser 1 word, but a battle cruiser 2 word. I know you want to go to bed, but you haven't been called yet. There's things going on, so you can't go. You stay here. That would be... Ooh, the last battlecruiser. Probably built, it's going to be Repulse. Well, no. Because, well, yes, because you see, the trouble is they modify Hood while it's on the stocks on the construction into a battlecruiser one word, whereas Renown and Repulse are complete as battlecruiser two words. They are, when they're built as originally, that's what Fisher wants them, because that's what Fisher's obsessed with. Fisher thinks that's the greatest idea known to mankind. Everyone else is going, the trouble is you can't run fast enough all the time, so you need some armor. You need some staying power. Knights to say 3-1. Why were the French piston engines like the Hispano Suiza 12 and the Nomron 14 so underpowered?
They weren't.
They were they're products of their time. They're products of the metallurgy and things they had available at the time.
They're from so this is the point when the engines were just making the massive jump. Because actually they're very comparable. The other thing that changed was so the big thing that changed was the superchargers coming in this period of the 1930s. That was the big thing that changed, along with kind of size and to some extent cooling, so you could build a bigger engine. Noman Rome 14 is fine. I mean, it's pretty comparable, I think, to the Hercules or the Pratt and Whitney 1820, or is it 1820? 1800? Can't remember.
Is that the Wasp?
Yeah, the one that's pretty much like just about one of the best engines.
Yeah,
ever.
that would be a Wasp. If it's Pratt and Whitney, that's a Wasp.
Yeah. It's comparable to, they're comparable to all of those. They are possibly peaking a smidge earlier than other people, a bit like the Italians. And they also don't have the higher octane fuel. So that's one of the other big game changers, certainly for the British and the Americans from a summer 1940, basically, is getting the higher octane fuel. So suddenly you literally do get more bang for your buck. And apparently that was one of the big changes between what the BEF air component had and the British-based fighters had in fighting the Germans in kind of June 1940 into the Battle of Britain, rather. Was that kind of ability to just have more power available. So yeah, it's just that exquisitely fine moment of when you're looking at those, and then of course they didn't get the war development because the French were invaded.
Yeah.
So they don't get all of that, and they don't get the money thrown at them.
And in answer to the next question, this is actually quite an easy one for me. Castanea, the thing is, you've asked the question, were there any plans to upgrade Halifax Naval Station to a Royal Navy dockyard post-World War II? Halifax had been a Royal Navy dockyard from 1759 to 1907 when it was sold to Canada. Actually, technically 1905. It's closed in 1905. So Britain had been there since 1749. The thing is, it's a Canadian naval base at that point. So at that point, it's Canada's responsibility, not Britain's, to do it. So no, in the 1920s and 25s, Britain doesn't have any plans for Halifax. That's supposed to be the Canadian government. They've bought it. The British had maintained it for
a long time.
It's 146 years. You know, that it was Britain's responsibility for 146 years. After that point, it was Canada's. Seneca Nero. Count there.
Oh, I was just going to make some sort of slightly jokey comment about, and now they pay us back by the having their fort with the attractive young ladies in kilts with muskets. With good
Oh yeah, the
musketry.
fact that they only got people they could find. They basically gone and recruited all the because they're looking for people of a certain height, and most of the blokes are now too tall. All the troops who make up the regiment in the Halifax fort are all girls. It's, as far as we could find out, we're all girls who were dressed up in full uniform, and they were very,
that's
very
not
good.
A very clever recruiting tactic.
It
Look,
might be.
look.
So
Me and Garius
stuff
managed to
followers.
keep control of Dan the entire way round. Okay, it was okay. We only almost
there
lost
were
him
no
3 or 4 times.
Obviously, there were no redheads in this detachment.
Thankfully, there weren't. I only saw blondes. And a couple of brunettes.
And that silence chat is Dan acknowledging that I might be right.
They're university students. I'm legally old enough to be their parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are.
I don't like the way that the doctor's tone and inflection is there. And I'll let you figure out which doctor I'm referring to.
Seneca Nero. Question: Getting from YouTube Minecraft. This is from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if when the USN launched the USS up? We've answered that one. We answered that one.
Is that the South Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if it was the 80s Iowas instead of the South Carolina, instead of the New Yorks? What if the South Carolina class, they became the Iowa class battleships? It said, or Montana class. At that point, Britain is producing 18-inch gun battleships as quickly as they friggin' can. If they've got Iowas, and in the nicest way, everyone is looking at America and going, we hate you, and getting very expensive very quickly. And you've just... Also, the US Navy might not get any more funding for any more battleships because their Senate might go, look, we are supreme. No one can touch us now. Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, you didn't send it. No, Seneca Nero adapted your question. They adapted your question. And then if it was the 80s Iowas, then the US Navy can't use them. And everyone's still blasting away because the 80s Iowas have all sorts of things on the US Navy in 1910 could not use.
Like the nukes.
Yeah, that's just scary. Senator Tillman on with nukes. Oh, good lord. Black Horse. How does marine archaeology help naval historians? Usually it helps us by giving us more questions. And giving us some positions where we can put in, and we can work out some details of this is the damage we can see. This is where the ship vessel is, and especially with submarines and charting things, because often vessels which don't have a high survival rate, it helps us find them. Also, it helps us start to try and work out what their movements were, so we can start to figure out what they were doing in the overall picture. On top of that, and I'd say this is often one of the biggest factors we have. We often find with marine archaeology, sometimes we find whole battles because we have marine archaeology. For example, age of the Roman Carthaginian battles, etc. Do you know how we track those down? Do you know what's the only thing off the left? Yeah, it's their rams. It's their rams. It's their prow rams. And that's how we can find the battles. We go searching for a load of bronze rams, which have survived in the Mediterranean sometimes. Yeah, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, the longer you do this, you realize that some people sometimes see your questions and go, I like that question, but I have an idea of how to change it, and I'd like to answer this one. And so you get things like Seneca Nero, where they hijack your question. and then confuse us because we're not sure. Going, is that the question we answered earlier, or is it a different question entirely? Ooh. Right. Why are the French going for twin-engine dive bombers and torpedo bombers? Mainly because they thought they could carry a heavier load for a longer range, and they thought they'd make use of their carrier designs. Plus, there are advantages to having a twin-engined aircraft in terms of its power-to-weight ratio, etc. You can, especially with the aircraft available at the time.
And visibility forwards.
Yes.
Because you don't have
reliability. And the fact that French wanted their bombers, as a general rule, to be all things to all missions.
Yeah, you can say that again. Castanea.
Flying greenhouses.
How severe would the fights in Scapa Flow have to have the Vanguard in her 1948 form as flagship if she appears there in 1915? Jellicoe gets her. Jellicoe gets her. If she appears in Scapa Flow, Beatty's nowhere near there in 1915. That's Jellicoe. He's got her. Yeah. Beatty would have to bring his fleet up to try and get her, and he wouldn't ever get the permission to do that. Jellicoe would have her. Then Jellicoe would have to figure out how to use her. But he would.
He is
and even if Beatty did manage to get up there, Jellicoe has this very, very impressive strategy called pulling rank.
Pulling rank, and I've already installed my staff aboard it. It's mine.
And also, if you disagree with me, excuse me whilst my ship points its guns at yours.
The thing is, though, with Vanguard, it was the 1948 Vanguard for the Battle of Jutland. I'm afraid, I'm very sorry to say this, but I think the German Navy might just get wiped out, because if the British the British will probably figure out how to use radar quite quickly, because they've got officers like Somerville around as radio specialists, so they can probably figure out how to use and maintain radar, even if they're not quite sure how to build it. So with radar, fire control, and those 15-inch guns, and Jellicoe being able to see it and use it, he's going to have fun.
He's going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I would like to highlight, because I find it funny, especially given what I'm working on my half of the stream, is that Raptor Rat in the memes chat has posted a meme of a Chinook airlifting a old box knot, Venerable Dreadnought.
Oh, cute.
To the tune of Fortunate Son.
Lions, again, it's the medium-sized trees. We're not getting into that squad. I might get ganged up on by trees. I go for walks every day through lots of trees. I do not want to be ganged up on by them. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1914 all the German battleships become... we answered that one. Didn't we? We answered it about bands. Yeah, how did that appear twice? Okay. Then we have Paul.
Question 6. Thoughts on the Malaysian Navy Laiku class armed with the Seawolf missile. The only foreign Seawolf user, do you think it's the best ship in Southeast Asia?
If I'm not mistaken, the Laiku class are basically, they are some very good little frigates. They are armed with Seawolf. They were, if I remember, who was it who worked on their design? One of my friends worked on them. They're built by Yarrow. I think my dad worked on them at one point. From their F2000 frigate design. Yeah, they're good old ships. I don't necessarily know if they're the best in Southeast Asia. There are some others which are interesting, and these are now quite old ships. They've had, when a class has already been through a service life extension program, and they were commissioned in 1999. These are 25 year plus. Well, they were launched in 1994 and 1995, so they are 31-year-old ships. They've done a good few miles. They've been very useful to them. I think they are soon going to need to be replaced. The Maharaja Leha class are the ones coming in, if I'm not mistaken. And they're going to replace them. There are 6 of those coming into. There are. Well, when they eventually reach service. Because they went British for the previous ones. These ones, I think they've gone French. And they were laid down in 2016, launched in 2017, and planned to commission in 2024. Currently, the first one will hopefully commission in 2026. We have no date for when the second one will commission. She's only launched in May 2025. The remaining 4, well, 2 have been laid down, and the last one's now being cancelled. And the third one is to be advised. So who knows what will happen?
Sorry, I was enjoying the memes.
There are many memes coming out of this. Yeah, they're based on. I think they're based on the Gowin. They're a version of the Gowin class, and the Gowin design is an interesting group from a design from Naval Group, which has produced many good versions. There are 20 planned across the world, 7 building and 8 completed. 5 have been. The Romanian Navy has cancelled 4, and the Royal Malaysian Navy has cancelled 1. There have been some issues with them.
I will say that if I can get my community to be as decently meming as your community is, Dr. Clarke, I think I will have done okay.
That's good. My community does like memeing. That and random super chats. And I have to actually go in and check the super chats occasionally, because sometimes they'll just skip in and they'll just lumber past me.
I am not so worried about the super chats, but thank you to the 3 people who have subbed.
Yes.
The stream today. I do appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Knight, just keep in mind that just because the Seawolf name has been around for however long it's been around, that does not mean that the Seawolf of today is the same Seawolf as its first iteration.
They have
It's
been
kind of
upgraded.
like we still have Hornets in service today, and it's the same designation as what came out in the 80s.
It ain't the same bird.
It's not the same airframe, let alone the same avionics, let alone the same weapons.
Well, yeah, the modern Hornets can get above 14% readiness rates.
Okay. Tema 82.
Again, they managed to hit 16%.
Tema 82. What would be the ideal common AA corvette for the European NATO navies? There isn't one. You want an anti-aircraft corvette. That's a very small hull to get as an anti-aircraft platform. And because that's usually something of 2,000 tons or below. In terms of what we would normally consider a corvette, sort of scaling and size. Usually a frigate is anything over 3,000 tons. There's a bit of a grey area in the middle. And you'd probably be looking for, it's a case of the AA corvette you'd want for working in the Baltic is not the same as the one you'd want for working in the Mediterranean. And it's not the same one you'd want for doing Arctic duties and Arctic patrols. It's not the same one you need for helping out in the North Atlantic or for patrolling disparate parts of your nation around the world. That's the trouble. You can build a good common hull, but you've got to be a good common hull that can then have different weapon systems and sensor suites fitted in as needed by the customer. So basically you can probably get standardization on engines and power generation and hull and structure. but everything else has to be variable for them, and at which point you can pick anything. Honestly, the river class would be just as good a hull as the go-in classes in any of them. You know, you're looking for a basic hull, and then you've got to be able to add stuff on the top. Because again, also what the Irish need is very different than what the Italians need. The Italians have got a good Corvette design. Go with the Italian one. But the trouble is, it's all. If you are looking, let's put it this way: if I'm looking for an AA system for the Mediterranean, my likely position is going to be open water. So I need an AA suite which has got a long range. If I'm operating in the Baltic, then the likelihood of there being a lot more clutter around me, it being far denser water scenario and far more interesting scenario from that perspective, and so more clutter. So I need a quicker reacting missile. So it might be shorter range, but a lot faster. Okay, so in one it might be I want an Asta, something like Sea Viper. In other one I might want Sea Saber, i.e. CAM. And you see, that's the different scenario you've got to think about. Again, this is one of the interesting things when you get into the missile defense debate and the missile selection scenario, is for different nations, what is the best missile in the world might not be the best missile for their needs. I get into this debate quite often, and people go, well, they're in action. That missile performed really well for them. We should all have that missile. No. Does that missile fit your needs? Does it? And this is why navies which do interesting operations, which could be in either sort of scenario, might well want a combination of missiles on their force. So those missiles capabilities can provide overlap and divergent capabilities where they need to adapt to situations. How do I get an autographed copy of Tribals? Track me down with a copy when I'm wandering around, depending on where you are. If you're in the UK, I'm wandering around, and I will at some point start saying which archives, which museums I'm going to be at, and I'll say hi to meet people. I was hoping to start that this month, but then the house sale's gone through. If you're elsewhere in the world, talk to me on Discord, and we'll see what we can work out. Okay. Right. Listen, can the panel say the following English village? Ullum.
Ullum.
Ullum. The G is silent. I'm fairly sure.
That's not how my.
Take a look when I'm not being shot at.
That's not how my tongue is going to say that word, so I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to sit here and eat my disgustingly delicious buttered Costco roll.
Yo, what?
I'm not getting it there. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if all major navies gained World of Warships, Tier 11 super battleships in January 1939? The USN gained USS Maine, IJN Satsuma, Royal Navy HMS Devastation, Marine Nationale, MN Patrie, Kriegsmarine, KMS Hanover.
There's actually another one to add to that list
the
now.
Italians, yes.
They've just got a new one announced.
It's a bit of a nightmare to work in.
This.
Everyone cries, but there's probably scenarios like, well, now the British will have to build the Lions, because that's the closest thing they can get quickly into service, which is going to be able to, in a group, counterbalance their German counterpart, because they have to deal with both the German and the Italian version. The French vessel becomes the #1 target for the Royal Navy in any scenario where the French fall. Interesting.
Or is aggressively invited to join the Free Press.
So I was going to say, yeah, might it be in a position where they might actually have a chance to get out ahead of time? Because I don't think you'll be able to put it in Mez Al-Kabir. It's too big.
No, so it might actually have to be in Alexandria. It's either going to be in Toulon or Alexandria. If it's in Alexandria, the British will be very, very happy, but also it could try and fight its way out. But at that close range, the British would it would be a mutual destruction, but the British would destroy it. At that close range. At the ranges you are in Alexandria between battleships, in the nicest way, it's going to be a mutual kill.
I'd like to
Well,
think
there's no
the
way
French
in-
sailors aren't that suicidal.
No, they aren't.
No, the French aren't that suicidal. They are a good deal more sensible than that.
And also, the Germans do have trouble in that the Hanover, I'm not sure if it goes through the Kiel Canal, and the fueling, it's going to be interesting. So there are Royal Navy submarines who are going to be looking forward to the presence of the Hanover, and they are literally going to be hanging out trying to wait for it. You're going to have a queue of S-class sitting off the German coast, going, "Come to me, my pretty, come to me. I want to see you."
I would have thought the T-class with all their torpedoes just going like, "Come on, give me an opportunity to launch a full salvo."
The T-class are hunting Satsuma.
Honestly, the Satsuma probably fits. The Japanese probably quite like Satsuma overall,
Yeah, it probably
because
fits
works
them
in
quite
their
well.
idea.
For the
The US
USN,
will hate Maine.
yes, Maine will be a problem for them. A dramatic problem for them. Especially if they get it in January 1939, because if it's sitting in Pearl Harbor when Pearl Harbor happens, it's going to be target numero uno for everything.
It is, but are they actually going to be able to damage it?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. It is still only a big Montana.
Yeah. And in nicest way, you put enough bombs onto it, you put enough torpedoes into it, you're going to damage it.
Yeah, but how many effective 5-inch guns does it have if it can actually get them?
It gets the same number as Iowa's, but of 5-inch 54s. So 10 per side in 5 twins.
The trouble is, again, as the first attacks come in, the trouble is it's Sunday morning. The Japanese aren't going in with you all prepped. And they don't gain knowledge with these ships, they just gain these ships. And
I was wondering about the radar might be on, but probably not.
And the 16-inch armor-piercing bombs going through the deck, yeah. Oh, they might have the radar on. That would be a useful thing to have. But, it's not really going to do much. Other than tell them there's a big flow of aircraft coming in, and they might think they're the B-17s. Like they did historically.
They are only basically enlarged Iowa turrets, protection-wise. So you can still crack them if you hit them from the roof.
Yeah.
Quite easily.
Sadly enough.
She's going to be much harder to repair, though, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Because Maine's a big girl. She's the HE magnet in game, but she's big.
Yeah.
And if you know what will now be happening, it will now no longer be remember Pearl Harbor. It will now be remember the Maine again.
So, the other thought, Maine's way too large for the Panama Canal.
Yeah. It will have had to come the long way round, which means it's not going to be deployed to the North Atlantic for the outside of World War II. It's going to still be there in the Pacific. But
it might be stateside.
Yeah, Taranto will be interesting because the Royal Navy will be gunning for the Italian super battleship. They will be gunning for it.
You reckon the US will ever make a ship called Maine again if Maine's at Pearl Harbor?
If Maine is at Pearl
Because
Harbor
that's twice that a ship called Maine has started a major war by getting blown up.
It does sound like that name might be a tad cursed.
In the nicest way, the state of Maine might be very insulted by your insinuation that they are the cause of major wars by getting blown up.
It turns into another conflict bellwether. It's like the Germans make an 88. The British make a Flower class. The Dutch commit to a major capital asset purchase. The Americans forward deploy a Maine.
Lion. Okay, next question. Lions, how effective was the naval fire support in the World War I trench warfare when it was in range, and how much would have changed if the battleship had post-World War II range guns? If they had post-World War II range guns, it's causing devastating troubles, and in terms of effectiveness, when they were in range, they were frigging phenomenally annoying. And there is a point that, you know, at the beginning of World War One, there's actually a battle which basically takes place on the Belgian coast, and the Royal Navy bring in monitors and other ships to support the ground troops, and the Germans think they can advance across an open area because they don't see any land forces blocking them, and then they get deluged in 6-inch and other guns firing on them, and they just basically decide that they're going to withdraw on the weight of fire. Because they realised they made the strategic error of thinking that a beach was going to be a beach and a lovely bit of lowland was going to be an easy passing route when they were in range of Royal Navy guns the entire way.
They basically
I trust that the Royal Navy forces off the coast disabused them of that notion.
Yes, and it was even more in disarray when the Royal Navy decided they were going to try landing into it. With Royal Navy naval personnel going ashore to try and engage. It was a whole interesting thing because the Royal Navy thought they could get something.
Did somebody tell the sailors that there was prize money on the line for that?
No, but they did think they could possibly nick some German swag. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if we've answered that one? Oh no, this one is, what if some major navies gained World of Warships 11, Tier 11 supercarriers in January 1939? USN, USS United States, IJN Sekiro, and Royal Navy HMS Eagle.
Well, Eagle they're over the moon with.
Yes, the Royal Navy's very happy with Eagle.
Did Eagle get Canberras?
Yes, she does.
Canberras? In 1939.
She also gets sea meteors,
and nuclear
as I
bombs.
recall.
Well,
She doesn't get the nukes in game, thankfully.
No.
Don't worry, I'm sure Wargaming will patch that in just
No.
to make carrier
No.
plays live that little bit easier.
No.
a special mode, Dragon. Special mode.
No.
It's a
You and I-
suicide mission to protect Eagle to nuke
No.
a
I
task
know what they
force.
do with special game modes. I don't know if you've noticed, but they use every single year they used April Fool's game modes to test new game mechanics. No, you do not let them even get these ideas in their head.
Killer Bin is
Don't worry,
listening.
I'm sure they will. As
I know he
Nukes,
probably is.
nukes are coming.
Okay,
Nukes are coming.
Killiban, I'm sorry. I'm going to slag off your company for a minute here. As soon as Wargaming needs to fire up the money printer, you know that they will open up the crazy idea.
You assume they haven't already.
Oh, no.
Knight 681,
Think
HMS
about it.
Eagle from 1918 wouldn't get retired. She'd get called HMS Eaglet. The Royal Navy has precedence for how to deal with an Eagle transition. Well, they don't have multiple Eagles, they get called Eaglet. It's fine. Eaglet is a stone frigate and gets renamed. Temporarily to something else.
Wait. So you're telling me that the Royal Navy would just make the old Eagle French?
They've captured enough
No,
of them.
it's
It's a nice history of it. The aim has got a nice history. They've captured enough of them.
Yeah, but what did the early carrier Eagle do to deserve being that?
Oh, she'd still be useful, so that's where she's not getting rid of her.
But why would they name her
Something like-
French?
Because because that's what they do with eagles. When they want to keep two eagles in service, the older eagle in service, they rename it to Eaglet.
The Japanese are probably quite happy with Sakirium.
Yes, the
'Cause
Japanese
she's
are very happy.
She's an armored flight deck, good actual onboard maintenance capabilities. She's got a very good carrier for them.
The USN
US
are
might be a bit
absolutely beside themselves with USS United States. They had no idea what to do with that thing.
They were 15s, Smuckers.
See, the old Eagle can still be used for lots of things. You have to remember, she was a pretty good strike carrier, and in a nicer way, if she'd been available for Taranto, the strike would have gone on at almost twice the strength it did historically, and she'd probably be remembered as being a great asset.
Flight deck's a flight deck.
Yeah. An Eagle has a big hangar and a big fly and a big space, and she is a very useful vessel. Now, what if HMS Rodney and Nelson are teleported today? What are their fates? Probably in the nicest way, they're going to be preserved as museum ships. Because if they aren't, me and Drac will start committing Harry-Kiri on MPs until they are.
So they get immediately scrapped for all that sweet, pure pre-air test nuclear steel. Got it.
No, they would be museum ships. The main question would be, where would they go? Where would you put them?
It'd be kind of nice if we could get Rodney back on the Tyne.
In the nicest way, Dr. Clarke, we've had enough discussions about the wisdom of Westminster in recent years.
Not Rodney.
Nelson was built on the Tyne.
Yeah, Nelson. I was about to say not Rodney. Nelson. Sorry, but having Nelson back on the Tyne would be nice.
Nelson
can go to...
Rodney was built in Birkenhead, so you probably put Nelson into the Tyne and Rodney into Birkenhead. So one would go to Newcastle, one would go to Liverpool, or rather across the way from Liverpool, and
one would end up on bricks instead of its screws very quickly.
No, both would be well looked after. I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain the British government would just, in a nicest way, would go along with it, especially at the moment with them upping defence spending and wanting to look martial. They'd go along with it. And the argument would be over who gets appointed curator of which one. Whether who gets Rodney and who gets Nelson. The argument would be between me and Drac over who gets which.
And then you get into fights with Ryan Szymanski over things.
No, Ryan already has his battleship. He's happy.
He's happy.
Yes, but you have battlier battleships with more battle honours.
Yeah. And yes. So no, I said Harry-Kiri. We're gonna be inspired by the spirit of Jackie Fisher. Look up Harry-Kiri. Look what it works. What happens? What you do to someone. Trust me, we won't have to do that many.
People are invited to consider the errors of their ways for eternity.
Yeah.
Something wrong, Runon.
Also, possibly
we have
their giblets.
We have a split in commentators here, Dr. Clarke.
Yep.
The modified into dive bomb battleship shells that the IJN used at Pearl Harbor and others, were they 15s or 16s?
16s.
16s.
Because Japan.
Well, modified Nagato shells,
Yeah.
if I'm correctly.
I thought they were 15s. Okay. That's
They're
me wrong.
16s. The Japanese
Wait,
didn't
no,
have
why would
50,
they be 15s?
They didn't have 15-inch guns.
Because they had more of them?
They didn't have. They had
No, they
14.
They didn't have 15.
They didn't have 15s.
Runon, which Japanese ship used 15s?
Were the Congos 14s?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Honestly, if the Congos were 15s, those would actually be pretty scary.
If the
Baby Admirals.
Congos were 15s, then the Royal Navy would
Baby
not have,
Admirals.
in the nicest way, the Royal Navy would not have stopped building the G3s for anyone. There will be no circumstance where the Royal Navy does not complete the G3 class. The
Baby
G3s
Admirals.
would have been built
Yeah.
in service, and then it'd be a case of, now you can have your treaty discussions. Yeah. Senator Canero, question: what was the warship with the lowest top speed in World War One? What in World War Two?
I mean, that's
Lowest top speed.
A fine warship.
Yeah, that's the
He's had,
trouble.
I'm pretty sure, some like single sail boats which only could do like 10 knots.
Yeah, there were some. Some of the raiders were
fast
sailing
warship.
ships which could do very single-digit knots, not even 10.
Some of the monitors were very slow. I mean, I assume we're talking actually powered vessels rather than just like flak barges that would get towed around.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
The
basically.
escorts were not that fast.
At that point, those aren't ships, though. Those are boats.
Yeah, I'd say don't. Seneca Nero, the trouble is, first we need to define what is a warship, and then when you sort of talk about it, what is with the lowest top speed in World War I or World War Two? Is it talking about official top speed or actual top speed and sort of things? It's yeah. I agree on the Snuckers. It would be nice if the AK Melanie. It would be nice if the low background seal. It's not Zephyr, is it? You see, if they got to modern things, but the trouble is, it might not be as pricey, but it's still cheaper than some of those techniques, and it's more viable off the books, and the organizations doing it. Let me put it this way: they're not exactly tax-paying organizations in the first place. And then there are some trawlers or sneaky beaky people as well, sea dollars, which are going around, which are quite low top speed. So, yeah, in a nice way, there are so many things that need to be answered to answer that question. 1981. So, why didn't the anti-aircraft warfare frigate idea work out in the RN? Because, in the nicest way, the Royal Navy prefers destroyers for anti-air warfare because they're bigger. And usually bigger hulls, you can have bigger masts and your radars can see further and you can carry more missiles. There's a whole debate between... basically, the main problem, the Horizons and the Type 45s, is the Royal Navy wanted something and the Britain wanted something which was a frigate in name only, but was actually a destroyer, and the Italians and the French really did want a frigate. That's the difference. And if you look at the Horizons and you look at the Royal Navy's Type 45s, you look at the differences between them, you can soon work out where the differences in ideas are coming from. And they were things which theoretically surmountable, but honestly are going to be intractable because they result from completely divergent war aims and operational aims. Black Horse. Are there cases of the watch falling asleep on a Navy ship and causing the ship to go aground or another issue like that? It has happened in the past, but it's often quite rare because usually there's more people on watch to keep each other awake. You finally remembered his pork pie. You do realise he's been upset about that for the last hour.
I was expecting you to come give him to me, but
We haven't finished yet, Karen. You always come pick him up.
I was working.
Don't worry. My sister just come in with Raleigh's pork pie. This is why he's been so upset for so long.
I was working.
He gets a pork pie before he goes to bed. And he's going, where's my pork pie?
And that zapper
Where's
is
my
in
pork
that
pie?
far corner.
Where's my pork pie?
That zapper is in the far corner, not really doing anything. And I could have done that.
Poor doggy.
What's this?
What the heck was that?
Zapper.
Why is my thing making noises?
If you
Oh,
want
thank
one, I'll
you.
buy you one from
Tag,
Amazon.
Yes, please.
Tag
You like a
paddles? Tag
zapper?
paddles.
Okay, I'll get you one like I have. Where do
I
you
can
want it
read, I
for?
swear.
Kitchen.
Yeah, I've been offering to
Thanks
get one
for
for the
the
kitchen for a while. I'll get one. Okay. As you all know, I have a bug zapper in the corner to protect my books. And I've been offering to buy one for the kitchen for ages, and I keep being told, no, no, no. But finally, my sister has asked me to buy one.
Has surrendered and said I'll do it.
Yeah, well, has said, please, Alex, do it. Let me check what I have in my accounts and whether I can afford it at the moment on the credit card. Because
Wait, why do you have to buy it?
because I always have to buy these things.
Because otherwise it will have Karen luck, which means it will fall over and hurt itself.
No, it means it will get forgotten and it won't ever actually get procured. Or it'll be like the one which I procured for her previously, which she has broken in 2022, and the one I procured for Mum previously in 2020. If it's my stuff and I bought it, they don't touch it, it doesn't get broken. No one has bright ideas.
Why do I feel like your mother and sister should be giving you a stipend?
I yes. It is interesting sometimes. I love them dearly. I do. I love them dearly. But it is fun sometimes. It is very fun. Right, while I'm sorting that out, next question. Moshe, can you explain what you mean by trips being necessary?
Oh?
Context?
Context, Mosh.
Personally, I don't know why you'd run off all over, but
Yeah, I was going to
that's
say,
just me.
well, trips are necessary so that you don't overcurrent your feeder lines. So this way you don't cause a meltdown. That's just a bigger problem and a larger mess. If you're talking about research trips, that is because not every primary source is digitized, and many of the ones that are digitized are not digitized in a 100% complete fashion.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff which is not necessarily going to be caught by someone doing the digitization, but is relevant to the overall information that the researcher is attempting to recover.
I do love the fact that so many people do how do I put this politely, cut off bits when they're doing the research. The bits get cut off. Let's see, does that have 2 or 3
It was
bulbs?
a question asked to clarify in the moment ages ago, but it was regarding a discussion on cruisers.
Oh, regarding cruisers. Not sure then.
Come on, camera, focus. Thank you, camera.
Oh, triple turrets, but I'm blanking out. Oh, the triple turrets for the big guns. Probably going to sort of talk about at a certain point, triple turrets start to make sense of big guns. Once you get above a certain level, in terms of mechanism, etc., the functional advantage of having having twins and having multiple guns is overridden by the expense and complication of having the necessary space to move it around and to store it in the ship, and the weight you're going to have higher in the ship. So it's easier to have a triple turret.
So there's a point where it becomes more weight efficient to have 3 turrets instead of 4.
To have triple turrets than twin turrets, yes.
And that's what, around 16-inch,
Mm-hmm.
from what you remember correctly?
Yeah.
Why were the Royal Navy looking at 16-inch twins in the 20s then? For some of their design studies.
Why were they looking at
16-inch twins for some of their design studies?
Simply because of the weight differential. And it's trying to get it under the 35,000 tons.
Okay, because with what you just said of it,
Because
being around the point where the triple comes...
The triple becomes more advantageous, but also that's going to require a wider beam. So if you decide you want to go for a narrow beam and a higher length to beam ratio, then you need to go for the twin turret, and you need to eat the weight elsewhere. Whereas if you didn't have the treaty scenario, you just go for the triples, and you go for the longer length, like you did with the Lions.
At that point, if you're adding in another turret, don't you massively increase the length of the beam? Not beam. Length.
Yes, well that is the thing. If you're going for 4 twins, you're also going for a longer length. So you're taking advantage of the length of the hull. You're taking advantage of the. You're also taking advantage, and you've had to reduce the beam.
But you're not only are you paying for the weight of the additional hull length, you're also paying for the weight of an additional barbette
An additional turret.
and an additional gun house.
And basically all the mechanism, once you're dealing with this, the weights for a twin turret of 16-inch guns, the weight added on to the whole thing to make up space for a triple gun is not that functionally that great. Especially when you consider if you go for 3 triples, you have 9 guns. You go for 4 twins, you have 8. And that's why the Lions
at
end up
that
being
point-
Lions.
So the 20s for twin designs, it makes sense to still use the twins so you can have a slimmer beam and you essentially make use of otherwise dead space. Because you're going to need the ship to have that length anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Sorry, I
not
was
sure,
just curious.
I can't give a ballpark for the weight cost of the third because it doesn't. In the nicest way, there's no sort of real ballpark out there. But basically, usually you're talking about 20 to 25% more weight added on. But that's not a ballpark I'd actually like to give, actually, honestly. And that's me trying
Yeah,
to
'cause
for you, but
it's one-
it depends on the turret design. It depends on whether you've gone for an individual mechanism or a combined mechanism for the guns raising. So whether the guns all raised together on one control system, or whether they have individual raising units. And there's so much complexity in turret design that, frankly, it's not that way. But it works out usually more efficient. Why go for the
And
multiple gun
also
mount? Because it works out more efficient to go for multiple guns, because individual guns, if the individual gun isn't working, then the whole mount's not working. And
You've also got the benefit of the square cube law will start to work for you when you go to a larger turret and barbette.
And also
in terms of getting additional internal volume for relatively low additional weight.
Yeah. And also for the multiple guns mount, if you consider if your accuracy, if you're ranging fire, you can fire. You want to be able to fire as many guns guns as possible, and at the target. You want it to for ranging, preferably multiples of 3, especially for visual ranging.
So why would you have the gun sharing a gun cradle then?
Simpler.
It saves weight and it makes things easier in terms of design, but you can have the guns closer together. And the guns take up less space the whole mechanism takes up less space overall, which means you can have a smaller turret.
So it's efficiency versus reliability, essentially.
Yes.
I would say more efficiency versus durability, because having the independent cradles makes you more resistant to battle damage, but it's a more mechanically complicated system.
Yep.
You would think that if the turret gets hit bad enough to damage the gun cradle, the turret's essentially knocked out at that point.
Depends. The Iowas have armored partitions between each gun. Now, if you take a hit to the gun house, which is the area outside of that armored, it's in the bustle, so to speak, of the turret.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, yeah, then you're going to probably lose the turret. But anything that hits through that front glacis may only take out 1 or 2 guns.
You've also got the reality that the sorts of pressures they're dealing with, and if you're, the rate of something just going a bit wrong with the mechanism is quite high in action.
As Iowa saw during Gulf One.
Well, and I mean, the most famous is Prince of Wales against the Bismarck at Denmark Strait. Things just go a little bit wrong, and then suddenly, and you've also got somebody hitting your ship with a ton of metal, and that reverberating around, just making systems unhappy would be how I would phrase it. And so you need to kind of it's taking those sorts of things into account. It's the kind of friction is probably the best way of putting it. So it's friction. It's not the massive battle damage. It's the stuff short of that happens. And yeah, a load of it's going to be yourself doing it as well.
To answer Stafford's relevant question to the topic at hand, no, because like you could probably do it as an upgrade for a hypothetical but probably extremely likely Flight 4 Arleigh Burke. But as far as upgrading the Flight 3s or the Flight 2s to take a triple 5-inch, no. There's going to be too much weight there that you're going to have to move around. Unless they delete the VLS cells entirely or severely limit them, in which case, why am I building a Burke?
One thing which a gunnery, very senior chief, I think it was talking about in Australia.
Yeah.
Was a twin has issues with kind of compensating for the recoil. And so you do get some simplicity from a single mount, which with the modern reliability and kind of nature of what you're doing is probably worth it for the accuracy improvement.
It's a justification. It is a justification you use, but it's a justification which works if you are in the wars of choice doctrine versus the major wars. It's well I've noticed that this is a scenario which has mainly come about at the end of the Cold War towards now the wars of choice doctrine era. Prior to that, it was a case of, well, volume of fire compensates for the slight reduction in accuracy. And honestly, we can probably we could probably compensate it for it now. It would have zero to effect.
Yeah. Also, my response would be, okay, I'll have him in an over-under then. I'll just have an over-under.
Why an over-under?
Because then you don't have to. Then it doesn't. They're both on the midline. But honestly, you can work in nicest way. You can deal with it being mounted sideways, you know. Or alternatively, you could, if you really are so focused on having that centerline direct shot, you know what you do.
Yeah, I
have a triple turret.
Dr. Dan Medical Edition. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to imagine the automatic feed system for an over/under 5-inch, and I'm just going, ow, ow, mechanical complexity, ow, 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 ow.
I didn't say it was nice. I didn't say it was pretty. And to be fair, I would probably be thinking more 57mm and below.
Fair enough.
Where you're going for the fire as well. Whereas with 5-inch, your rate of fire is sufficiently low that I reckon your shot rate would be such that you could have compensated back the degree or two it might push you off.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it's a whole fun thing.
Much like some of your whinier patients, I'm going to continue to go, ow, ow, ow.
Yes.
But you could just have it, but you also do get the fun thing of it. It could break like a shotgun, so that you could then pop in the new shells.
All right, next question.
Me up.
Would the British, Americans, and Japanese having 5 post-Jutland ships each have been a better option than what ended up happening? Probably, but it would never have been got through because having the Japanese having the same number as the British and Americans would just have caused an absolute conflict. So the Americans would never have allowed it. So yeah, it would have had to been 5-5-3. It would have been a slightly better option, but that would mean the British would get to build 4 ships. The Americans already have most of the Colorados under construction, so they probably just complete 5 ships, and the Japanese get to build 3 ships. So what the Royal Navy would get probably 2 Nelrods and 2 F3s or something like that, or maybe they go with 4 Nelrods, but they go slightly faster and slightly less armor.
Yeah, I think the problem is that it would be defining what was a post.
Ship.
Yeah,
Because
I
the
think that's
RN
gonna
might,
be the
the RN might try with, let's see.
But
Well, yeah, technically she's laid down September 1916, so technically she is post Jutland.
well.
But
I think the
they might try and claim her design is not post Jutland because it would have had to been confirmed before then. So they might try and argue she's not.
I think they could actually make a legitimate argument that if she was being ordered and laid down to plans that were signed off by the board before Jutland, which I'm pretty sure she was, then she's a pre-Jutland design.
Yeah.
Stafford, I'm posh middle class. Just looking at this, I go peasant hunting.
Please don't say that on YouTube.
But
You're a doctor. Please don't say that on thing.
no,
Please
we
don't.
hunt the peasants. We hunt the peasants on this conglomerate.
Yeah. I do need to go to bed soon.
We've got literally 4 more questions. No, 3. Question. If the Arizona was not in Pearl Harbor on the 7th, 1941, instead in Bremerton getting refit and overhaul, who's in her place getting ammo racked by B-5N Kates carrying 800-kilogram bombs? Well, what we do is we have a look at Pearl Harbor and the battleship line. And we look at the positions of the ships in the row. And if Arizona's not there, it goes Nevada, Arizona. Well, you've got Virginia or Oklahoma might have been moved into her slot instead of having them double stacked. So, yeah. That's the thing. It's just, it might be Nevada is in Arizona's spots. And they just don't have Nevada where she is. That may be it. But it's a scenario. Either way, there's probably more bombs to go elsewhere. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1900 a portal opens to the world of Tamriel on the open ocean, and it's discovered by the Spanish? What happens next?
The Spanish die. They die hard.
Okay.
Tamriel, for the record, is the world of Elder Scrolls.
Yes, I was thinking that.
In particular, the question is, when in Elder Scrolls or in Tamriel do they appear?
The Spanish appear in the middle of the Oblivion Crisis.
Well, then they're probably having a crisis of faith of those are literal demons. Those are literal demons coming out of hell portals, or the closest thing they think are hell portals.
Yeah.
What? Different gates have functionally hell portals.
I agree, but they might not know. They won't know what they are. They'll just say,
It
portal
also
to this
it depends where it comes from, where they turn up in, because
They turn up in
honestly,
a sea of ghosts. Ooh.
who said they put a turn up in the Sea of Ghosts? Where's that come from?
No, no one did. It's just like I'm just like if they turned up in the Sea of Ghosts.
I was gonna say, the thing is, there's also it's if they turn up in the Somerset Isles, that's not fun. The Black Marshes, there is nowhere I want to turn up if I'm the Spanish in 1900.
You know what one solid gold benefit of me showing up for Bruships every week is?
What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm poignantly reminded that I am not the nerdiest person in a given room.
I'm trying to work out where's better for them
my
to.
end being me. But
Cyrodiil, they might make friends with the human Imperials.
Cyrodiil, yeah.
Cyrodiil might do.
Ooh, Hammerfell might be one of the best places for them to actually end up.
Black Marsh is technically uncharted, so they turn up and no one really knows no one knows they're there until they're all dead.
No, Black. Yeah, but that's because they'll die to the Argonians and the were trees and were crocodiles.
Yes, but no one will know.
But then we do have to answer the question of what do the conquistadors think of the lusty Argonian maid?
They die before even figuring out what it is.
In nicest way, in 1900, they're not conquistadors anymore. Hammerfell is the Red Guards. Yeah, I'm not sure about I'd want to turn up there.
At least they'll listen to you. If you turn up in Morrowind, they'll just go, "You can't fly. You're not even worthy of being alive."
Well, that's home to
then.
Dark Elves.
Yeah.
Skyrim is home to the Nords and the Farmer, and I don't want to turn up there if I'm there. The High Elves on Somerset Isles might at least... No, they wouldn't listen to you. They'd just annihilate you.
This isn't a very friendly place.
Honestly, they might be okay they might be okay in Valenworld because the Wood Elves are, broadly speaking...
They eat people.
Yes, they eat people. But the thing is, broadly speaking, of the elves, they are the most, how do I put this?
Friendly to newcomers?
No, they're the most that look like natives who the Spanish are used to shooting on sight, so they might stand a chance. At this point.
If that's the level we're going with, they have to shoot. They'll know. You look like people we should shoot on sight.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm going with. So for the Spanish to have any chance, in this scenario,
I bought this purple wash over a year ago.
Would it start a colonization spree? No. It might start a colonization spree from the Elder Scrolls world into the Earth, which is more of a problem.
One place that would be okay for them to turn up, but the problem is it's landlocked, is Elsewhere.
The question I do have is, would the bugs from Elder Scrolls still come with them?
Probably, and they are awful. Some of them might. Like,
so we could just randomly start
which the races in Elder Scrolls has the best navy?
The Sea Elves.
Yeah, so probably it'd be just the Sea Elves would come through.
But the Sea Elves also would...
Does magic work on Earth?
Well, that's what we'll find out, won't we?
Because it'd be really funny if magic could.
They come to Earth, they find magic didn't work on Earth, so they'd be useless on Earth. We'd go there and find magic did work, and suddenly we'd be useless there. Be a balance of power. Wouldn't the RN be able to colonize? Would the RN want to? In the nicest way, the British might be happy to have everyone else sending their fleets off to the Germans sending their fleet off to fight in this distant planet and getting annihilated by magic.
So I would point out, Elder Scrolls has literal gods that will do things. If they might just, the gods themselves might just get annoyed that, who are you lot? And power some champion just to basically go and kick them off the continent.
Westward Sailor has come with another thing of, depending on the age, Skyrim might be halfway safe if they brought any alcohol to trade with the Nords.
Yes, this is depending on age could change, because if it's during the Third Age, before the Oblivion Crisis, things would be relatively speaking, could be good for them, because that's when the Empire is at the height of its power, and basically humans will say, what you do?
Mosh score, stop being cruel to poor Runon. They feel like they are not the nerdiest in the room. They feel better.
I thought that was released.
I say this knowing full well that I'm currently putting in far too much detail onto my Apothecary Biologia space.
Okay. And the final question, because our good friend Dan needs to get to bed, and it is now almost 5 hours long. This has been. What is a case of technology weaker ship used in places they should not have been? Invincible class battle cruisers should not have been anywhere near the Jutland. Not just technological concept, they shouldn't have been there. The Babel Lisa, there's all sorts of ships there which shouldn't have probably been there in that period. Because they're there to provide numbers, and the same with some of the battles of the American Civil War. But honestly, yes, it's Black Horse. It's one of the sad things of fate that often you fight wars with the ships you have, not the ships you'd like to have, and often those are older ships and less technologically advanced ships than you'd prefer to take. Let's be honest, the Royal Navy would have preferred to take a lot more Seawolf armed frigates with them than the frigates they did take with them. Because the frigates they had were armed with Sea Slug and Sea Cat. And that's it. That's in the Falklands War. That's basically that. So, with that being said, it is now 5 hours long. So, thank you, Sharon. Thank you for being here. Hope you've all enjoyed.
And if you didn't enjoy, why did you sit through 5 hours of it?
I do sometimes wonder that. There is literally one person who likes to hate watch my videos, who I have to admit I've now muted their things, because they always forget to the end of them, and they'll watch the whole show and go, I hated that! That was 5 hours of total drivel! It was a waste of my life! And I go, I don't need to see your comments every time. I'm just going to mute you. If that's what you're going to comment every single time, then I'm just going to mute you. Especially when they was, this was so bad, 5 hours, it makes me want to have a heart attack. Why are you watching it then? Go away. There are
Because they want to have a heart attack.
There are millions of channels on YouTube. If you hate my channel so much that watching it makes you want to have a heart attack, why are you watching it? Go watch something else.
Something else.
Take care, everyone.
They can't do that. They'll be admitting defeat.
No, they want the heart attack, though. Think about it. Think of the insurance payout.
They're not getting
There
any
are
from me.
easier ways to get
Wait a minute. Are you expecting the American healthcare system to pay somebody for having a heart attack?
No.
No.
I'm expecting the American healthcare system to facilitate fraud.
Anyway.
Leaving that to one side, before we get into trouble. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, thank you. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. And thank you for joining us on both Twitch and YouTube. Thank you, Fleet, who's had to go off for his beauty sleep. Because he needs to look so beautiful for tomorrow, for Ramblings later, which will be fun. I'll be on that, hopefully. Thank you, Dan, for joining us, because it's always nice to have a good doctor here. Thank you, Foxo and Dragon, for joining us here, even though you're tired and probably need to be up for work tomorrow. Thank you, Runon, for being here to watch the bot and try and keep it working. Someday we will get StreamerBot and YouTube to agree on the things so it works again properly. And thank you to all of you, everyone who's been in the chat, everyone who's super chapped, everyone who's done all the thanks, all the support, all the memberships, all the subscribers, the people who just watch the channel and put up with the adverts. Thank you so much for being here, because you really do make all this possible. It really wouldn't be able to be done without your support. Speaking of the thing, there's, of course, Ko-fi, and occasionally mine's advertised, but there's also Ko-fi for all the people in the chat, barring Dr. Dan, who feels it's rude for him to take money, especially if you ask medical questions, because that can cause all those issues. So instead, what I'm going to do is suggest that he gets a throne thing set up, which I've heard, a throne is something for creators that people can support them by voting towards. And for Dan's case, his throne would be entirely about various cakes being delivered to him. Because no one could claim he's being bribed for cake. Well, Britain.
Yes,
if you get given cake and chocolate, it doesn't count, does it, Dan?
I could certainly live with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see about getting you a throne creator account set up. Thank you very much, everyone.
But
Thank you.
I am fine as I am.
I know, and you're far too kind. Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and just thank you for all being superstars. Good night, and see you soon.
Remember, report to us if you see torpedo boats.
I see them all the time, Foxo. I see them all the time.